o'clock, so I will open up the meeting. Unexpectedly, we have an announcement from Mr. Pike, and we'll be taking action as a board on it to start the meeting.
Yes, I'm here to announce my resignation from the board. Logistical and finance issues have come up with me living 180 miles from my wife, who's trying to manage a full-time job and an apartment complex that we own, and for me to leave the state seems to be the only solution. After looking through the New Hampshire School Board Association's recommendations, I determined that doing it sooner rather than later, even though I might be around until September, is best to allow you folks to get someone to take my place, especially before budget season, because I know how that can be. So I'm resigning officially right now. I do have a letter that I can present just to make it as official as it can be. And I wish you folks all the best. You've got a hard road to hoe ahead of you, I think. And I want to say especially my thanks to the SAU staff. Those guys put out a massive amount of paperwork and do a lot of work for us. So thank you guys, everyone, very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Before I give the gavel to the superintendent, because I understand there'll be a contested chairs race tonight, I asked for us to vote to accept the resignation of Mr. Pike. So we'll make a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Beth.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Manning. Kathy, once you're ready to call the roll, please.
Tom?
Yes.
Dr. Jim?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
Yes.
Dr. Beth?
Yes.
Danielle?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Brody?
Aye. Okay, then I will turn it over, if that's okay with everyone, I'll be turning this over to Dr. Allen for the race for chair. The floor is yours.
Point of information?
Thank you. Is there?
Point of information? What is this? Because we've never done this before.
So I can share if you like. In that, I know this board hasn't done this before, but in my previous districts, the meeting where there is a reorganization, the superintendent opens the meeting until a chair is voted in, and then it just goes back to whoever the chair is. Because technically, it's a little bit of time when there is no chair.
Okay.
So if there's a motion.
I would like to make a motion that we nominate, I'd like to nominate Dr. Beth Sheckler to serve as chair this year.
Thank you. Is there, Tom is the second? Any discussion?
I'll do a motion for other people at the same time.
I think you need to move through the current motion on the floor, and people vote as they may. And if it doesn't pass, then there can be another motion. Is my understanding?
Can there be discussion?
Absolutely. Is there discussion?
I have discussion.
Okay, go ahead, Brody.
When I first took on this role as chair, I knew it was an awesome responsibility, and I had committed to doing it for 2 years with the belief that there needed to be stability in the school district, that we knew that we had a difficult budget year coming up for us with some of our fixed costs increasing, that there were 2 CBAs that we need to negotiate, and I would like to carry on a second year as chair. I think it makes sense to have, and what has historically been in our district, a chair do 2 years, and a vice chair to take over typically after with a rotation. That has been the historic precedent, and so I'd like to continue going on as chair. I think we have a lot of things to face. I think I have the experience, having now served on every committee on our school board and having served the full term, and I would ask the board to at least consider myself as a viable other option. I think there are other things that are afoot behind the scenes that have concerned me, and no matter what happens with this chair fight, my ultimate obligation is to the public, to our staff, and to our administrators, and to be respectful to the rest of the board, but to voice my loyal opposition in support of all the faces that I see sitting here tonight. I'm going to make sure that you're protected. I'm going to make sure that anything in my public capacity, that I uphold my oath to our state constitution, to you. So no matter the vote, that's my commitment to everyone. So thank you.
First of all, Brody, I would like to thank you for your year of service, and I would also like to respectfully correct your misunderstanding about the historical precedent of board chairs serving multiple years. As you know, I was first elected to the board in 1999, and the long-standing historical procedure was for chairs to only serve 1 year. And it wasn't, to my recollection, it wasn't until Jack Wentworth became chair, and we had some out-of-the-ordinary situations come up. For example, the massive construction project at the Kingswood complex, at which point Chair Whitmer wanted to continue on, and the board at the time was fine with that. Then I believe we had a brief hiatus when he was not chair, and then when COVID hit, he wanted to continue on, and he became sort of a de facto chair in perpetuity. And I think it's important that we give everyone on the board a chance to serve as chair. And I also think it's important that we respect the established procedure well before you or Caroline joined the district, and revert to what was the original historic way of doing things, which was having each person having a chair serve for 1 year only. So I'm happy to direct you to minutes over the years if you want to verify what I'm saying. I'm sure there are other old timers in the audience who recall that it was only in unusual circumstances when previous Chair Whitmer served a number of years in a row.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. I served 1 year on the board with Chair Whitmer, and was looking forward to more because he established what I considered stability. I paid attention to the years prior having to do with COVID. People in the audience that dealt with that, it showed an element of stability and continuity in very difficult times. I did a little Googling because I thought, well, what is this 1, 2, 3 year? Doing some research about it, and the recommendation is for stability and continuity, sort of an intent to do more than 1 year for the very purpose of that continuity, stability, and that frequent turnover can create some disruptions. I think we're greater than that, and we can do that. When we vote, I want you to appreciate the fact that I am voting in terms of an intent for greater than 1 year. I also want to say that we are teachers, parents, and volunteers, and we're all in this for one reason, and that's the achievement of the students in this district. So I appreciate your time, those of you here tonight, the process, and I think it's essential that we keep this with the respect that we are expected to withhold because of our ethics on that kind of thing, and now I'm going to drone away.
Dr. Beth had her hand up next.
Since we're talking about me, I guess I should say something. First of all, I want to say thank you to Brody and to Dr. Jim for their leadership over the last year. I have been on this board for a year, and in the time that I've been here, I've learned a great deal about the district and about the hard work that the SAU staff puts into ensuring that our students have the greatest opportunities to be successful in everything they wish to be. I will tell you a little bit about me and why I'm running for chair tonight. I'm a servant leader, which means that I believe in putting the needs of others first, supporting and empowering my fellow board members, and fostering a culture of collaboration and growth. I am also a mother, a businesswoman, an academic, and a former teacher. I am firm but fair, consistent, pragmatic, and data-driven. This is the most you will hear me talk about myself in a single session, unless asked directly. If elected as chair this evening, I would work with the board to ensure that they would build on the strong foundation of service to our community while addressing the challenges facing us from within and beyond the district. Education writ large is in a moment of flux, both in New Hampshire and nationally, and we must be prepared to meet this moment with integrity and with strength. Our community spoke loudly to us in the last 2 district elections and our recent budget cycle about their interest in change, in trying harder, in doing more. My commitment is to guide, listen, serve our community with humility and with respect. My primary goal would be to increase transparency, fostering trust and collaboration within the board and with the public and between the board and the SAU, work which has already begun and would just continue. Secondly, I would work to empower this membership to be stronger individually and collectively. Together, we would work together to continue toward building a bright future for our schools. I would also work hard to work with our new board members to ensure that they have the tools that they need to be successful, which I believe is something that we can do better as a body. Thank you for your consideration tonight for my candidacy. I appreciate your support if you are willing to give it. And whether or not I am elected as chair, I will continue to serve this district to my utmost ability. Thank you.
Dr. Jim?
Yeah, if you don't mind. My memory may not be as good as it should be, but I will say this. I served on this board for 2 years. Prior to me, there was Jack. Prior to that, it was Jim Rhines. Jim Rhines served for 2 years. Jim was here was actually here, Charlie, when they did the renovations. He was chair twice for that reason. So historically, we have had, at least in the recent past that I can remember, 2-year terms. First year, you got your feet wet. Second year, you actually did what you were supposed to do. It's not an easy job. It takes a little perseverance and a little bit of toughness to be there. I still think we should go with 2 years. I will support a 2-year term, not a 1-year term. And that's the way I'm going to go. Thank you.
Tom?
First, I'd like to thank Rory and Dr. Jim for all you've done last year. I nominated you, Brody, last time. I don't regret that. You were an excellent candidate. But I think it's time for a different type of leadership. You've got a bright future ahead of you. You'll have more opportunities like this. But I would like to see Dr. Beth elected as chair.
Thank you. Any others?
Can we ask a question?
Yeah. Yes.
Go ahead, Mary.
Dr. Beth, is your intention to only serve 1 year?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is.
Have you chosen your vice chair?
If I were elected tonight, Tom would be my vice chair.
Mr. Deshay, I also thank you for your work. In addition to what I researched and talked a lot about, the vision, the long-term, the big ideas that are out there in the future with our strategic plan, and what I appreciate about your service is your understanding of that, your being in position, in place, and approachable. I am also in favor of a 2-year role. You guys.
You want one?
I guess
Brody next.
I guess my the only thing I'll say is, you know, I care deeply about this district. I had my wife attended this district. I attended this district. My father taught in this school. I attended this school and all Wolfeboro's public schools. I intend to raise a family in this school district and made a significant, sacrifice to stay in Wolfeboro with my wife. My mother-in-law had been chair of this board and vice chair, and to my recollection, she did serve 2 years too, and she did chair for that stability aspect. But for me, it's not about me, it's about the board, and some of the things that have been mentioned tonight are things that I've advocated for making sure everyone gets some experience in each committee and has an opportunity to be a leader on that committee, advocated for board members not to filter everything through the chair, but to go directly to our administrators, to talk to them, to collaborate with them, to bring things forward to this board, or to be open to provide feedback. The first thing I did after our elections was I called our new board members, not to ask them to support me for chair, but to ask them, what committees are you interested in? How do you view your role on this board? What do you want to do? What do you want to achieve? It's one of the first things I did for Mary before I was even chair, because I'm just curious. I'm curious, I want to know what you guys want to achieve, because it's a team effort. We do it as a team, we do it with supporting our administrators, and I will say I've had some deep fears for the last few months about how some of our existing board members have treated some of our administrators and treated some of our staff. And it's something that we as a board need to start addressing too, is how we treat each other, how we treat those around us, and how it reflects on our entire community. And being raised in this community, having a history on this board, I think we have challenges in front of us, and I think first challenge is figuring out how to work together and how to do it respectfully, and how to work with our administrators and to do it respectfully, how to listen to our legal counsel's advice and be respectful to our legal counsel and to the New Hampshire School Boards Association. And once we can be, safe, kind, and responsible, not just a Carpenter way, but a good axiom for life, then I think it shows our community what kind of school district we want to be, what kind of values we want to uphold. And we have a lot to tackle. And my question is, who is going to be ready to tackle that? Who's going to have the experience? And the answer is this board. It's not one person. And if people are upset with the decisions that have happened over the last year, every board member casted a vote and helped determine that decision making. So I think there's an idea that the chairmanship has a lot more power than frankly it really does. And I believe in a chairmanship that has a limited power that just basically guides discussion during meetings. I don't know how others feel about that. I won't speak for them, but that was my biggest goal when becoming chair. And I think my wanting to respect the wisdom in the room of other board members, and especially our administrators from time to time, I think that might have upset some people, but they're the people who've brought in the talent to run the school district. They're the people who make this day-to-day run. We have a great school district. I'm very proud of our school district. I'm proud to be a graduate of this school district, and I'm proud of all the administrators and the staff we have, as much as you guys might get hit and knocked on Facebook and social media and from activists that have reached out to some of these board members. You guys are the front line of public education, and we're here to support you. And by God, you don't need to be a chair to be a leader, and you don't need to be the leader in the room to have leadership, and you don't need to be beaten and thumping your chest to be the one to say, I support you, I'm going to help you, and to make sure that you're all cared for. I'm going to make sure you're all cared for. Thank you.
Danielle?
Hi. All right, well, I'm brand new, obviously. This is I found myself to be in a funny position to consider this question. I think that we're pretty privileged, because I don't think it's catastrophic to have either person or anybody seated here in this chair position. I will say, I think leadership is a dynamic thing. I think relationships and working for the common good is obviously a dynamic thing. I do think, though, there's a difference between stability and tradition, and I want to be very careful that we don't confuse those two things, because, again, I don't think there should be a stability issue. If there is, there's an obligation that we all share in sorting that out as we work together moving forward. So for that reason, I would support Dr. Beth being chair, but I won't be devastated either way. Thank you.
Anyone else? Tom, and then we'll take the vote.
I just want to comment to our new members that there is a certain way of making rules, and that is called policy. We make policies. my knowledge, there is no policy that says we have to have a chairman in for 2 years. And if that was important for us, we would have made that policy. And we can still make that policy. This is not an election or a vote about whether the chairman should serve 2 years or not. This is a vote on two excellent people with different styles of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor is Charlene made the motion for Dr. Beth to be chair and Tom seconded. Kathy, can you please take the vote?
Tom,
Aye.
Brody,
No.
Dr. Jim,
No.
Mary,
No.
Charlene,
Aye.
Dr. Beth,
Yes.
Danielle,
Aye.
Nate,
No.
Okay, so we have a tie vote, so the motion fails. Do we have another motion?
I'll make a motion to make Dr. Jim the chair.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Nate seconded. So Dr. Jim, Brody made the motion. Dr. Jim chair. And Nate seconded it. Discussion? Dr. Beth?
Dr. Jim, are you interested in serving in the seat for 2 years?
Oh, I won't be confused because we don't have policy for that yet.
Okay, but are you interested in serving in the seat for 2 years?
Oh, I would if I had to.
And who would be your vice?
Haven't
That
thought
would be
about it yet.
next.
That's the second motion.
It's not, it's a question. So Mary asked me and I told her.
If you want
I'm just curious.
I think I'd have Nate be the vice chair.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
I appreciate that. Sorry. Just want to still have quick hands.
What's your name?
I appreciate this discussion greatly. I think it shows our passion in this board. And I hope it creates a correction so that we can move forward to that, which is why we're here. And I appreciate your willingness to serve, your wisdom, your thoughtfulness. I've looked to you, the two Jims I referred to it as. And I've mentioned, Dr. Beth, when you called, that this should be about principle and not personality. And that we should look at the long, look at the long haul. You recall that when we chatted? It's the big picture. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay. Any other?
Yeah. I'll say, I think it was clear if someone had motioned me, it would have been a 4-4. I care more about the stability of the school district. And comments that I have heard make me concerned with the previous motion. I'm concerned with some of the board members and how they have treated some of our administrative staff and the different phone conversations I've heard. And I'm also concerned with some of the rumors that were made up about myself and my family during this process. And I didn't appreciate them. And I just want to go on record and say that. And I hope folks will support Dr. Jim as a unifier so we can move forward. And again, so the personalities can be put aside. Because I've already dealt with the partisan politics of state primaries and being in the state house, right? Seeing it dragged down onto this board, I just never thought I'd see the day. I've never seen a day where the board has done not just something like this, but some of the other antics I've seen or heard behind the scenes. And it just, as a taxpayer, as a resident, as someone who wants to raise their kids in the school district, man, I never thought I'd see the day.
Dr. Beth?
As someone who respects you, Brody, I'm going to give you an opportunity to revisit your last comment, since the last motion concerned me as an individual. And I don't think you meant it as an impugnation on my character, but if you'd like to make that clarification now, we could do that. Because I certainly didn't make any of those comments about your family, start rumors or insinuations about you as an individual, or anything of that nature.
Did you not say that I was planning on running for state house and that's why I was running for chairman again?
No, sir, I did not.
That's not what I've heard from multiple board members.
That is a complete fabrication.
I've heard from their
I
mouths
wish you
to my
had called
ears.
me, Bernie, because I never said that about you.
Any other comments? Any other discussion? Tom?
Brody, I'm disappointed. I thought we were going to keep this on a professional level. I don't believe that I did any of the things that you're saying multiple board members did. But when you say it like that, it makes it seem like anybody who might have cast a vote for Dr. Beth has in part of the staff behavior. And I don't think that's fair. And I would hope that you would clarify your remarks.
Thank you. I'd like to keep the discussion to the motion, which is Dr. Jim for chair. Mary, I think you had your hand up.
It's a comment. I can.
It's up to you.
I think this is just a perfect example of how we have, with Dr. Jim, I forgot the words you used, Brody. I have expressed that I'm being new to the board, although this is coming up on year 3. This way things are decided, phone calls and that kind of thing. We have policy, which is state law. We have our rules of engagement. And I think this is the perfect opportunity for Dr. Jim to be, what is the word? Move us forward away from and back to the reason we exist.
Any other discussion? Charlene?
I would like to echo the comments of concern about your innuendo regarding other board members. I remember an email you sent to the board about claiming that board members had said you were going to run for state representative in 2026. And I never said that. I never even entertained the notion because it was my understanding that it would be a conflict of interest because of your job with the New Hampshire Municipal Association. So I don't know who said that. You just alluded to board members. And it does seem as if you're painting all of us with a rather broad brush.
I'm not gonna get into specifics, but I was told, and that's why I sent that email, because I didn't appreciate it. I'm allowed to have my opinion. I'm allowed to take what those who I trust said to me and to believe it. And I also do believe that what is happening tonight is not a change in style. It's more than that. And I still raise that concern. And I hope that our school district moves forward unified. And that's why I think Dr. Jim should be chair. And if I'm not chair or vice chair, I won't be heard. But at this point, I've been thinking for months now what's at stake. And I feel as if there are people putting their personalities over the education of children and support of staff who educate those kids. That is my strong felt convictions and personal opinion. I've seen it happen in institutions. I've seen it happening on local governing bodies through my work. I've seen it happen in other school districts when the personalities outweigh the mission and the vision of the organization, and it's happening tonight. And that is my opinion, and if you guys don't like it, I don't share it for you to like. I share it so that it can be heard. Thank you.
Beth, I have to clarify 2 things. One, I can't predict the future.
Neither can I, sir.
Number 2, and importantly, for re-election next year. If I don't get re-elected, I can't be chair. That's a simple matter of fact. I will serve here as long as I'm elected. That's for certain, but I can't tell you how long that'll be, because I wouldn't really know. I could walk out here and die tomorrow. And that would be the end of it. But I can't help that. You know, I've been through a lot over the last 4 months. But I'm surviving, and I've been all right, and I'm doing okay. You know, I'll keep it going.
Thank you. Anyone else? Discussion? I just have
Dr. Beth, and then we'll call the vote.
Dr. Jim, could you just outline your vision for the chairship for the board?
I'm sorry, what did
Can
you
you
say?
just outline your vision for being chair for the year for the board?
Would you like to do that?
Yeah, let's think about it for a minute.
Okay.
Maybe can I say something while? Thank you.
Well, just since we're still in discussion, I do feel obligated to say, just so that it's clear, like, the only thing that I was aware of is that we were voting on chair tonight. I'm not privy to any vendettas against like administration or any other kind of bigger conversations, and I wish that we could have talked about this role and the leadership of that. If our goal is to, you know, have decorum and respect for each other, I don't know why we're talking about personal rumors without specifics. So that's my 2 cents.
Dr. Jim?
It's a tough question. I know what it was like when I first served as chair, and back then, everybody smiled and laughed at me, but we got things done. I think the job is for me to coordinate things, make sure that people understand, and there's a lot of communication going back and forth. A lot of one-way communication doesn't help. We need to be both speakers and recipients. We got to hear and we got to speak. They're not one way or the other. I don't know, Beth, it's really hard, but we had a very civil, very simple pre-COVID environment, which doesn't exist anymore. I understand that, but I don't tolerate fools, and I will tell people if you say something to me that I shouldn't say, they say, tell me why, and let them tell me. You know, I'm open to suggestions. I've never been one who said no to anybody. So, I don't know. I like to make things happen, get things done. My job is to get things done. I will get things done. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion on the floor is for Dr. Jim to be chair. Brody made the motion, Nate seconded. Kathy, can you take the roll, please?
Tom?
Kathy, I'd like to go last.
Brody?
Aye.
Dr. Jim?
Aye.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
No.
Dr. Beth? No. Danielle?
No.
Nate?
Yes.
Tom?
No.
That's a tie vote, motion fails. Is there another motion? Dr. Beth?
I nominate Tom Bickford for chair.
Second. Dr. Beth, motion, Tom to be chair. Charlene seconded. Is there any discussion?
I'll just say I'm still here. So I plan on voting no.
Is there any other discussion, like such as if Tom wants to chair?
Do you want me to put that down? Sorry.
Certainly take liberties.
I will be chair. It's the last thing that I wanted to be, but I will be. I think that we need transparency on this board. We need transparency with the community. We need transparency going beyond our parents that are in school. We need to reach out to the residents of this community so that they know what's going on and they understand what's going on when accusations are made. I am very much a believer in civility. I don't see any reason not to be civil. I've seen personalities clash, and I would certainly hope to prevent that, or at least quell that when it happens. We're all human, people get upset, but I would do my best. I think that we really need to go forward with the community knowing that we are honest brokers. We have lost the confidence of our community, and that was demonstrated by the default budget. And we need to show the community that we will work with their funds wisely. We will take into account that people on Social Security only got a 2.5 increase in their cost of living. We've got to bring our smaller towns in and make them feel welcome, which I think is done very well by the superintendent and our teachers. But as a board, I think we can do better.
Brody, then
Yeah.
Mary.
I'll say I'm done.
Yeah. Sorry, I assumed with the silence. I think tonight is why the public is losing some level of confidence. I think this is an example. I think they've seen meetings like this that have happened over the last few months, and they've seen a non-unified board, a board that isn't fully behind its teachers, its administrators, its support staff, that isn't willing to always, try to prevent conflict in public and instead talk and discuss with administrators in advance and learn more about the issues before having discussions in the public setting. I think there's a lot of reasons why, and I think there's also, we gained a lot of support on other warrant articles. I didn't think we could ever gain support for.
Brody, are you commenting on my candidacy?
I'm commenting as to, I think, the things you've stated about why you would stand in this chair, very impromptu at the last minute, is emblematic of some of the issues that we face as a board.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Point of order. As I recall, Superintendent, didn't you request earlier that we keep the discussion to the nomination as opposed to segueing off
that's right.
into innuendo and whatnot?
I made that request, and most board members are not adhering to it, but I made that request. I believe Mary's next.
Tom, I've served with you on the Academic Affairs Committee. A lot of committees. And I appreciate your service there. I do take, the vote was pretty close to the budget. And it was darn close. So I disagree totally that this district is losing credibility. Look at all these great kids that just walked in, and I hope that we pause whatever we're doing now, so children don't have to wait like they had to wait in Tufton Borough. I think we're at a great opportunity for stability, continuity. I don't know how this is going to be resolved, but I disagree totally, Mr. Bickford, that this district has lost credibility. We have folks wanting to work here that are lining up. Yes.
Thank you. This is definitely a very important conversation. It's a very important conversation to have as far as credibility with the community and the district. What we do for our students. I think And that requires more time than the board may have at this point. So I encourage the board to, if there's any other discussion, I'd like to call the roll. Is there any other final discussion? Charlene?
I just have a question for you, Tom. If you're elected chair, do you pledge to make sure that support the fact that all policies that have been adopted are followed by everyone?
Yes, I do pledge to see that policies are followed by everyone.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or discussion? Okay, so right now the motion, Dr. Beth's motion is for Tom to be chair and Charlene seconded it. Kathy, can you please call the roll?
Tom,
Yes.
Brody,
No.
Dr. Jim,
No?
Mary,
No.
Charlene,
Yes.
Dr. Beth,
Yes.
Danielle,
Yes.
Nate,
Motion fails. Is there another motion for chair?
What else would you do? Want to do it, Mary?
Yes. I'm not really good at cards, but I think the one left is, I'd like to make a motion that Brody Deshay be our chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second?
Dr. Jim? So Mary first and discussion.
I think the commitment I can make to everyone is what I've currently made, and that we can move forward and mend everything. I think I'd like to move forward. I think everyone on this board has potential opportunity. I just think we're in very different places in where we view our roles as board members and how we view the future of the school district, and it's going to require us in some way to reconcile that. And I'll apologize if you guys consider what I said earlier to be innuendo. I just personally, based on my truth, don't, but that's part of the reason why rumors aren't good and why when people start whisper campaigns, it can have impacts. And I get when you're running for chair, you call and you talk to people and people may not hear phone conversations as well as I might have thought of, but I just hope we can move forward. That's all, whether or not I'm chair.
Thank you. But was it Charlene or Tom who wanted to speak next?
I can remember a year ago, prior to the election, I can remember that you lobbied me very hard to support you for chair, and you presented a very, compelling argument, and I agreed to do that. And you had a year in the seat, and based on what I have observed and other board members have observed and members of the community have observed, you have great passion and you have great commitment, but I feel that you lack the maturity and the temperament to be effective, and that you have had difficulty respecting all board members when they disagree. And I would like to see someone become chair who has that temperament, who has that maturity, and who has demonstrated a very collegial attitude, and that's why I cannot support you for chair.
I'm going to ask that we don't talk about anyone's personal character at this time. We need to have respect. We need to focus on chair, focus on the position, and work on voting to have a chair for this board. This is the fourth motion
that as
right now.
talking about
Mary made the motion.
I disagree with your characterization. I was just pointing out things that had been pointed out to me and that people have seen, and a lot of people watch our meetings on Wolfeboro Community Television.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Charlene, but when board members are out of order at a meeting, I believe it's the duty of the chair to enforce the rules that this board has adopted. We mentioned about abiding by our policies. And we all have a laminated copy, which I very much stress when I became chair. A laminated copy of BEDDA, board meeting rules of procedure and order. And I try to impartially and effectively enforce those rules like any policy. And there are times when people are out of order, and it's the chairman's ethical obligation to the rest of the board to facilitate discussion and say, no, that's not in order. The discussion's on this motion, it's on that, and I'll continue doing that. You know, not one board member gets to dominate and dictate what the discussion's about. It's to the consent of the rest of the board, and that's what I believe a chair needs to do, is listen to the consent and the wisdom of the rest of the board. And we're allowed to disagree, but when it starts to get into areas of, you know, when we're out of order of our meeting rules, then it's, let's get back in order with our rules and let's continue our discussion respectfully. And the board, I mean, the biggest role of the chair is to facilitate respectful discussion. And I think we've had a few times where board members have strayed from that, and it requires the chair to gavel them out and say, that wasn't in order. And I'm sorry if, you know, anyone takes that personally, but I don't do it in a way that's done personally. I do it in a way that's, I'm trying my best to interpret the rules and what's happened at our meetings since I've watched them, you know, attending as a student presenter. So.
Thank you. Does anyone else like to speak who has not spoken?
I have a question.
Danielle?
So I do appreciate your comments just now, Brody, and so it made me think, if you're elected, I'm wondering if you're willing to sort of consider what you just said, what we've been talking about, and I hope this doesn't come off in a condescending way, because I don't mean it in a condescending way. If you can maybe consider this feedback, and then we talked about, you know, share the difficult position of having to call people out, I mean, having to sort of bring it to people's attention when they're out of order. You said that you kind of always did that respectfully. I would really just ask you to consider if you've always maintained composure in that way, because I think nobody's that perfect, and I think I witnessed things that concerned me, so I don't want to hold up proceedings here. I think that we do have to move forward, but I would ask if you're willing to do that. I'd appreciate that.
I would, and I always tell board members I'm more than happy to take their feedback from me. I will say when I've tried to contact some board members that have ruled out of order, that they've refused to talk to me on the phone or without CCCing, without carbon copying a portion of board members on those emails when I've tried to respectfully say, what's going on, what are the problems, what are the issues, how can we reconcile? I think to reconcile requires a discussion, and when I haven't been able to have a conversation on the phone with Ms. Seibel since, I think, July, it's hard for me to try to reconcile that. I'd like to work with everyone. And I guess, Charlotte, all I'd ask is, can we have a personal dialogue between you and I to work together? Like, that's all I'd ask.
I'm glad you brought that up. You have screamed at me, and you have not allowed me to ask questions. And you have demanded that I have conversations with you on the telephone. I have not been interested in having any kind of a conversation that was not in writing or with witnesses. And it has everything to do with the fact that when I have brought things to your attention or to the board's attention, if it's something that you disagree with, you have tried to silence me at every turn. And because of that, I have decided that if we are going to have a conversation, it can be in a public place with witnesses, or we can communicate in by email. And that is why I have not had a phone conversation with you since last July.
just think it's important that all of us be able to have just respectful phone conversations. And I wouldn't characterize our discussions ever as yelling. I would never characterize you as yelling at me. I would never characterize it that. But I think ultimately what we need to think about is what's best for our students, and what's best for our students is everyone being able to have a working relationship. And I've desired to have a working relationship with you. I really have. And I would continue to want to have a working relationship with you. That just requires us to have two on the street. And I respect your position, and I just hope we can move forward and effectively govern the district together, even if that's how you'd like our relationship to be.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor, Mary made the motion for Brody to be chair, and Dr. Jim seconded it. Can we have the roll?
Tom?
No?
Brody?
Aye.
Dr. Jim?
Aye.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene? No. Dr. Beth?
No.
Danielle? Yes. Nate?
The motion passes. Brody is chair.
We have some other reorganization stuff to do. Yeah, so to our
Mr.
minutes.
Chair, I nominate Tom Bickford to serve as the service vice chair. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I nominate Beth Sheckler to serve as vice chair.
Oh, second. We all have to sit down. Second. Danielle second.
I think my only discussion is, I think it's important for the
Can we
chair.
turn up the volume a little bit? We
Yeah.
can't hear.
If I speak into it, is that better? Thank you, my apologies. I think I'd like to serve as chair with someone, I'm gonna rephrase this. Well, I was gonna say with someone who had supported me, but I don't think that really matters necessarily. I think with someone who has a shared vision for the future of our school district that is more similar, not that we don't have shared goals. Obviously, I don't know what our shared vision is. And I know we had originally discussed when you shared a desire to be chair, if you would consider being vice chair. Maybe this was Dr. Jim. But at any rate, I think Nate has a lot of potential in leadership and a way to unify our outlying communities, especially Ospey and Effingham, and a lot to offer our board. And I think he's a person who is a fresher face that might be newer. If we're talking about that we need fresher perspectives, newer perspectives. I think Mr. Williams, he's from a respected family in our area. Not that you're not, I'm just saying, I think Mr. Williams would be a good choice for vice chair, and that's just my personal opinion. Oh, I'm chair. And then, does anyone else have any? It's nothing against you, Dr. Beth. It's just we just had. That's. Yeah. But I just, it's just my opinion. Oh yeah, sorry, is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, would you call the roll, Kathy?
Tom? Dr. Jim?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
No. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It's Dr. Beth, right? Yes, I vote yes.
assignment of board committees with Guy stepping down. For those of you that weren't here, Mr. Pike, we started the night with, he resigned, we accepted his resignation. We went now, 5 rounds on vote for chair. I've never seen that happen. And then just did our round of vice chair. We're now on assignment to board committees. I had the committee set up in a way that considered Mr. Pike as an incumbent. I might have to reconsider and try to get them to board members in the next week, if that's okay. So next we'll move on to the school board member. Yeah. Yes.
And can we do the children?
What?
Where are the children? The young adults, I apologize.
Since you've been elected chair, I would just like to remind you that last year, when I wanted to be in human resources, and you said no, you were going to put Dr. Jim on human resources in spite of the fact that he had to recuse himself from quiz negotiations. I just wanted to remind you that I expect you to honor our handshake agreement that I will be on human resources this year.
I don't remember a handshake. And
In the parking lot, right outside here in front of town hall, you don't remember?
I don't have that recollection.
Wow.
That's fine. But and either way, I can't find a future board or a future chair to put you on a committee.
Well, you were chair. You
I'll
said
say,
I'm chair.
and also to your comment about Dr. Jim, we had no idea he had to recuse himself from the quiz negotiations until we received the legal opinion, until his daughter had changed her job. So, I find it not fair to Dr. Jim to say that about him publicly, or as if we knew that about his situation. So, I'll say our non-public's going to be moved to the end of this meeting now, so I apologize to all of our administrators. So we'll move our non-public to the end, and we're now on school board member ethics. Yes, usually the superintendent will read the school board member ethics at this point.
That would be as swift as possible. School board member ethics, and I'll pass around the annual acknowledgement of school board ethics policy for the school board members to sign. This is policy BCA, revised June 5th, 2023. Each member of the Governor Wentworth Regional School Board shall comply with the following ethical provisions. 1, attend all regularly scheduled board meetings insofar as possible and become informed concerning issues to be considered at those meetings. 2, understand that the board as governing body does not manage the district, but rather sets the broad goals and standards for the district by way of policies adopted by a quorum of the board at proper meetings under the right to know law. 3, be informed about current educational issues by individual study and through information such as those sponsored by state and national school board associations. 4, make decisions and take votes based upon the available facts, the full deliberation of the board, using independent judgment and refusing to surrender or subordinate that judgment to any individual or special interest groups. 5, work respectfully with other board members by encouraging the free expression of differing opinions and ideas. 6, seek opportunities for the board to establish systematic communication channels with students, staff, and members of the community. 7, recognize that as a general principle, the district and its students benefit when board decisions, which have been made following consideration of all sides and vote of a quorum, receive the subsequent support of the whole board whenever practicable. 8, respect the confidentiality of information that is privileged under applicable law or is received in confidence or non-public session. 9, recognize that individual board members are without authority to act relative to school district business, and that members may not individually commit the board to any action except as specifically designated to do so by board action. 10, understand the chain of command and refer problems or complaints to the proper administrative office for applicable school board policies. 11, work with the other board members to establish effective board policies and foster a relationship with the district administration toward the effective implementation of those policies and management of the district operations, personnel, and facilities. 12, communicate to the superintendent and to the board, only as consistent with the right to know law, expressions of public reaction to board programs, policies, and other board actions. 13, present personal criticisms regarding district operations, staff, etc., to the superintendent, not to district staff, the public, or unnecessarily at a board meeting. 14, establish policies and protocols for systematic communications with students, staff, and members of the community. Support the employment of those persons best qualified to serve as school staff, and insist on a regular and impartial evaluation of all staff.
It's my favorite policy. What? No, we're still in board reorganization. So I would request a motion that we, as we do every year, approve our school board member ethics as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? I think this year, more than ever, our ethics policy is something we're all going to have to really harness the, what's the word I'm looking for, really harness the spirit of and abide. Kathy, once you're ready, you can call the roll.
Tom,
Aye.
Brody,
Aye.
Dr. Jim,
Aye.
Mary,
Yes.
Charlene,
Aye.
Dr. Beth,
Yes.
Danielle, yes, Nate,
Yes.
So the motion passes, unanimous. And then last, we have our appointment of our school district clerk and school district treasurer. Our clerk is Michelle Capone, who lives in Ospey, and our treasurer is Scott Isabel. So we can vote on it separately. We can vote on it, both at once. But I guess I'll request a motion that we appoint Michelle Capone as the school district clerk and Scott Isabel as the school district treasurer.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? If you could call the roll, Kathy, once you're ready, please.
Tom,
Aye.
Dr. Jim,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Charlene,
Aye.
Dr. Beth,
Yes.
Danielle, yes, Nate,
Yes.
Brody,
Aye. Motion passes 8-0. So as I mentioned, for everyone who's now entered the room, we're putting our non-public session to the end of our meeting. So this is we did our reorganization, it took a lot longer than anticipated. I was elected chair, Beth Scheckler was elected vice chair, and we're now gonna open up the 7 o'clock public session. I mean, we're already in a public session, but what is the regular portion of our meeting, which will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So.
Nate, you want to lead us in the pledge? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Excellent. All right, so first we'll start with agenda review. And Dr. Kelly, you have something to add to the agenda?
Yes, it's girls' ice hockey.
Oh, you want to put it in there? Sorry.
At agenda review, I'd like to add an agenda item at the end of superintendent's report, girls' ice hockey edition.
Is there any other? Yes, Charlene?
Yes, I'd like to add to the agenda a discussion about the artificial field proposal, contract, missing test results, and policy DGA.
I'm going to withhold my consent. I'd like the board to decide whether or not we're going to discuss that, because we've discussed the turf field at length for the last 3 meetings, and this board's already voted to spend the money and to replace the turf field that's been saved by the taxpayers, which will over the years. You're more than free to
Is
share.
this discussion, do you want a motion to add an agenda item? Is that what you're asking for?
You've
I'm
requested.
confused.
I'm going to request a vote of the board to determine whether or not we'll add it as an agenda item. I'm just saying we've talked about it the last 3 board meetings, so if you have any comments, I'll let you share some.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, we have discussed a lot. However, the board, as well as the public, only received a copy of the proposal and a copy of the contract on March the 25th, the date it was posted to the GWRSD website. And because policy DGA requires contracts to, when they're signed by the superintendent, that policy demands that signature indicates that the signer has gotten approval from the board, and I did not recall the board ever being presented with the proposal or being presented with the contract. And as a matter of fact, I discovered that the contract was actually signed on February the 17th, and we didn't even have all of the requested test results in by then. And so that's why I would like to add that discussion to the agenda.
Okay, and I remember we had a public hearing to vote to expend the money on what was specifically presented to us, but the board can ultimately vote. It's the board's decision on whether or not we'll add this as an agenda item. I think that's the great thing. I'm not the dictator. The board makes the decision. So Kathy, you could call the roll once you're ready.
Is there a motion? There's no motion.
I withheld consent from adding the item that Ms. Seibel requested, and if you need the exact item that she requested, we can get that to you for the minutes after. Do you have it written down?
Are you asking me to make the motion?
I guess we can make a motion. Go ahead.
Well, this is unprecedented, but I move that we add to the agenda a brief discussion about the artificial field proposal, the contract, missing test results, and policy DGA, and I'll read the policy for everyone's edification.
I don't think we need to read the policy unless it's put onto the agenda.
I'll just read the pertinent sentence. Execution of a document on behalf of the district or the board is indicated by the person so signing that the document is accurate, has been adequately approved by the board or other district personnel as appropriate and necessary, and is in the best interest of the district. And that is my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Kathy, if you could call the roll.
Tom,
Aye?
Dr. Jim,
No.
Mary,
No.
Charlene,
Aye.
Dr. Beth. Sure. Danielle. Yes. Nate.
No.
The motion fails 4-4. Oh, no. Sorry, I thought that was implied. Just kidding. So no, it will not be added to the agenda. It's the will of the board. Is there any other items people would like added to the agenda? Hearing none, we will move on to the Carpenter School student presentation. So let's go around, if you would take the floor.
I'm not sure if the microphones are all set up because we were going to do that.
You can always take mine if you'd like to.
Try this one. Can you hear me? Yeah. Welcome. I had some remarks, but I am going to skip them so that our second graders can come in and do their presentation. I did just want to highlight one positive. Going into this next part, Carpenter School has had some wonderful events recently where we have welcomed in the community. We had PTO sponsored a cabin fever where we had high school students here from the Honor Society, from the robotics team, to play games with kids and to just have a great time. It was so much fun, and in the spirit of community, just wanted to share that. And without further ado, I will pass the mic to Dr. Hills, who will introduce Mrs. Gray and a few of her second graders. Good evening. I would like to introduce some of our youngest learners this evening as they showcase for you the grade 2 competency of draw, dictate, or write to create informative, narrative, or opinion texts. Tonight's 3 second graders will be sharing both fiction and nonfiction texts that they have created. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Gray and 3 of her young students. So the second grade has been hard at work researching animals. After learning about the different animal kingdoms, students chose an animal that they wanted to investigate. Students used various resources to collect information about their animal and then applied what they learned to informational and fictional writing.
We created brochures to teach readers more information about our animals. Our brochures include details about our animals' habitats, diets, and life cycle. After reading Diary of a Worm, Diary of a Fly, and Diary of a Spider by Doreen Cronin, we imagined what a day would be like as our animal. We then created a short journal that showed the readers that daily life is like for our animals with a little imaginative twist.
The school board members, if you want to check in with any of our second grade animal experts, we'd love to chat with you.
I'd love to.
So do you want us to get up and?
Yeah, right.
Okay, do you want us to get up? Dr. Kills, are we getting up? Yes.
How are you? It's good to see you. I like your shirt. Salmon. Oh, that's the salmon shirt. You want to tell me all about salmon? you to our Carpenter second graders for that wonderful presentation and lightening the mood. Next, we'll go into the acceptance of minutes. And first will be the March 10th, 2025 school board meeting minutes. I didn't see any issues. Did you, Charlie?
I did. I'm trying to find the page. It was during public input. Okay, sorry. If you look on page 3 of 6, Angel Boisfort, Tuftonboro, it currently reads, commented on the discipline for hate speech at the high school, and as I recall, it was at the middle school. And if anyone wants to correct me, I don't know if Angel's here or not, but I think it was the middle school.
I think that's more than fine. So we'll update that, send middle school. Is there any other edits?
Yes, on the same page, under the discussion, under the Building and Maintenance Committee, and Dr. Beth can give me added information if I make any mistake, but there was, this doesn't appear in the minutes, there was an extended discussion about the fact that not only did we not know who the subcontractor was who was going to be providing the infill, also known as crumble, for the turf field, we had requested the baseline testing information on the materials that were going to be used for the infill, and the minutes don't really reflect that. They said the content and potential testing of the replacement materials, but as I recall, Dr. Beth, there were several of us who wanted it done, and so it's not really, I would strike the word potential, and the SAU was in agreement that they would do that, and we have not received those results to date. Well, that's not part of the minutes. I'm just saying we haven't received the results, but at our meeting, in the discussion under the motion to replace all turf field materials, the board was in consensus that we would receive the baseline test results of the new material that's going to be used for the infill.
I don't know what the exact edit is.
Well, let's see. Let's see if I can put that into a more concise. Okay, cost original. And the content, and I would strike potential.
Okay.
Testing of the replacement materials, and the SAU was in agreement that they would get that for us.
Okay. That's no problem with me. I know what I'm voting on now. Is there any other edits?
This is a minor thing, but in the second round of public input, I believe Ms. Woodman also supported full testing for the crumble material in conjunction with that conversation.
Okay, that can be added. Is there any other edits? Is there a motion to accept the meeting minutes with those edits?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Charlene, seconded by Dr. Jim. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none. Kathy, will you call the roll, please, once you're ready?
Tom,
Yes.
Brody,
Aye.
Dr. Jim,
Aye.
Mary,
Yes.
Charlene,
Aye.
Dr. Beth.
Yes.
Danielle and
I would abstain, I think.
Okay, 6 in support and 2 abstaining. That's more than reasonable. You guys weren't board members at that time, so. Okay, so the minutes are passed, and we will move on to the Academic Affairs Committee meeting of March 13th. Is there a motion to accept those meeting minutes as presented?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
And I also want to, can everyone hear me okay?
Community can, if you don't speak.
Just as a point of order, or a point of clarification, or a point of procedure, I've moved that we accept the minutes. It's been seconded, but I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that we inadvertently did not vote at the end of our committee meeting to move the policies forward to the full board. And that is something that I will call for a vote to do at the beginning of my report. Just that was something that, it wasn't until after we adjourned the meeting and I was halfway home that I remembered, oops, we didn't take the vote. So we're going to take care of that housekeeping at the beginning of my committee report.
Okay, thank you for sharing. So those who were in attendance were Dr. Beth Scheckler, Mary Shilriff, Charlene Seibel, and Tom Bickford. So Kathy, will you call the roll of those board members?
Tom?
Aye.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
Aye.
Dr. Beth?
Aye.
Excellent. And next is the manifest approval. Thank you. Tonight's manifest total is in the amount of $7,132,764.63. Is there a motion to accept the manifest as presented?
I'm sorry.
$7,132,764.63.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to accept the manifest as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Mary Shilriff, seconded by Dr. Jim. Is there any discussion? Ken, if you could call the roll once you're ready, please.
Tom?
Yes.
Dr. Jim?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
Yes.
Dr. Beth?
Yes.
Danielle? Yes. Nate?
Yes.
Brody?
Aye. We are now on to public input, and I think we're going to have a lot of public input tonight. It's great to see young people come out and speak out. As general, per our policy, public input's for 15 minutes, 3 minutes for individuals, unless extended by a vote of the board. So if you could try to keep the 3 minutes, be respectful. Don't direct your comments to others in the crowd. Direct them to the board, and we appreciate you guys coming out to speak.
Mr. Chair? Point of order.
Yeah, what's here? I'm sorry. That's a point of order.
Just could you remind, since we have many community contributors, can you remind them to state your name and their town business?
Oh, yeah. I think they're all going to, yes. Here we go. So I was asked if you could state your name, town of residence.
My name is Mia Lyons, and I'm from Tuftonboro.
Excellent. And I assume everyone else is Kingswood High School.
The Kingswood athletes, softball, baseball, that's who I have behind me, a couple years maybe.
Great, just for the meeting minutes, but go right ahead.
And I'm also the softball booster president, so I'm here on behalf of that also. I'm here to express my strong concern regarding the recent decision to eliminate field maintenance for our school's athletic fields. As you know, this is the most crucial time of year for these fields, especially for our 2 baseball and 2 softball fields. The spaces are vital to our students' physical education, sports programs, extracurricular activities. Conditions of those fields directly impact safety, enjoyment, overall experience for our students and the athletes. The decision to reduce maintenance will affect roughly 120 students across 8 sports teams. Fields that are not properly maintained can become unsafe with hazards such as uneven terrain, overgrown grass, poor drainage, even eavesdroppings. These issues increase the risk of injury during athletic events, physical education classes. Furthermore, an umpire can declare that our fields are unsafe and the teams will have to forfeit for that game. The impact on that is only disrupts the season, but also negatively impact the morale of students, coaches, and their families. Well-maintained fields are key to fostering team spirit, pride in the school. Neglected fields can have an opposite effect, leading to a lack of enthusiasm, decreased participation in the activities. I understand these challenges posed by the budget's issues and recognize the board must prioritize academic needs. However, I urge you not to overlook the importance of maintaining safe, functional fields. The teams do not have the means to keep the maintenance up. Maintaining these fields is not merely just about sports, it's about creating an environment that encourages healthy activities and lifestyles. These fields are essential for instilling valuable life skills such as teamwork, leadership, perseverance. While also bringing the community together during games and events, we will lose the ability to properly care for them. We risk diminishing the positive impact of these programs on our students' overall development. I respectfully request that you reconsider the decision to cut field maintenance to ensure our students continue to have access to safe and well-maintained fields. I'd like each and every one of you to look at all these athletes right now, look them in the eye and tell them they don't have a safe field to play on this spring. Because that's what's happening right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Amy Edmonds. I'm a resident of Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, and I have a son who's also on the baseball team, so I am the Kingswood Baseball Boosters president. So, my son plays baseball, and I'm here tonight to kind of express my dismay, along with the softball parents, about the freezing of the budget for the baseball and softball fields. I was wondering, is there anywhere else the money could come from, as opposed to having other events during the summertime, district workshops, administrative leave, where all the administrators go on retreats and gather together? Could those possibly go to any of the students and the baseball and softball players' field maintenance instead? Those are just my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guy Pike, Tuftonboro, former school board member. Although I'm addressing the board, I'm hoping that the public is listening very carefully. School board policy JIC-R is a code of conduct. It has 3 different levels of offenses that students may or may not commit and appropriate consequences for each level. I would advise all of us, including the board, to review those. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public input?
Hi, my name is Kim Keller. I live in Wolfeboro. I teach at the high school. I'm going to take the opportunity with this large crowd here to ask our community members to reach out to our local legislators and vote against House Bill 675. House Bill 675 is a bill that is down in Concord right now. And if it becomes a law, or if it becomes part of the state budget, if the language becomes part of the state budget, it will arbitrarily put a budget cap on local budgets. So I'm going to take this opportunity with all these people here to say, please reach out to your people and ask them to vote no against House Bill 675. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public input?
Thank you, Kim, for doing my bidding for me here. Bobby Goodman, citizen. I just want to ask a few things. One, when you're restructuring the board, I do believe there should be an additional committee now, a legislative committee. And I actually think you, Brody, have a lot of experience to bring to our community. Our community needs to understand what's happening at the federal level and the state level, because it's more than just capping our budget. It's also about book banning. It's also about federal executive orders that just ban any teacher from using inclusive language for students. There's so much more going on, and I think our community deserves for our board to understand what's happening to protect our children in our public schools. The other thing I wanted to address is at the deliberative session, I pointed out that in your budget you were increasing your legal line by over $100,000. I don't know where your legal line is, but there's plenty of money in that line to use for these children in their fields. And that is our number one thing, is our children. It is not about, we have to figure out how administrators can cut back without hurting our kids. Thank you.
Is there any additional public input? I want to make sure everyone gets an opportunity. There's a lot of people in the room tonight. I don't want to bypass you. Seeing none, I'll close public input. I think there's going to be a discussion on our budget freeze, correct?
Yes, there is.
There will be a discussion tonight on our budget freeze and also on our default budget, what's going to be adjusted. So if you have the time to stay for the discussions that ensue, and I appreciate hearing all your input tonight. So we'll be making some decisions tonight related to that. So thank you. I believe it's now the superintendent. Nope, it's the student report. Yeah.
Reading off the phone tonight because the print wasn't working this afternoon. But anyway, good evening, everybody. I just arrived home at about 4:30 this morning from my trip to Myrtle Beach. So I'm a little bit behind on sleep, but I still made it today. But anyway, me and the baseball team sit in the back corner. We were down in Myrtle Beach for 4 days. We played a few games at the Ripken Experience, and we had a blast. And I want to say on behalf of the baseball team that we are very grateful to have this opportunity, and we enjoyed it to the fullest. With that, our first home opener is slated for April 16th against Plymouth. The softball team's first home game is also on the 16th against Plymouth. The theater program performed She Kills Monsters on March 14th and 16th. I was not in attendance, but a lot of my friends went and said they really enjoyed it. Their next performance will be at NHETG Theater Festival, which will be hosted at Guilford High School, and they will be performing She Kills Monsters there. And it is this weekend. The boys lacrosse team will face off against Timberlane on April 16th on Alumni Field for their home opener. And the girls lacrosse team will play Kennett on the 14th for their home opener. This past month, FBLA had 12 of their 16 members placed at the State Leadership Conference. The National Leadership Conference is from June 28th to July 3rd. Good luck, FBLA. DECA International Career Development Conference is from April 26th to 29th this year. The LRTC will be sending 14 representatives this year. Best of luck, DECA. The robotics team just came back from their New England District Championship, where they placed 95th out of 186 schools. Congratulations to Team 4925. The NAMI Suicide Prevention Club will be doing their annual spring training program on April 22nd. As a member of this club, it is exciting to see how each year the amount of trainees keeps increasing. The training will take place from A block to C block. At the end of April, the world language programs will be going on overnight field trips out of the country. The Spanish department will be heading to Puerto Rico, and the French department will be heading to France and to Monaco. Thank you for letting me speak tonight, and have a good night.
Thank you. Next, we will start the Special Education Trust hearing. So at our last board meeting, we voted to have a public hearing on expending save money from our Special Education Trust to deal with some of our budgetary issues that we've been dealing with.
sorry. So this is the Special Education Trust Fund hearing. We're asking the board to make a motion at the end of our presentation to withdraw and expend the total amount available, approximately $219,700 from the Special Education Trust Fund to pay for unanticipated special education costs. I will turn it over to Director Kelly Mass, Director of Special Education and Counseling, and then to Business Administrator Kathy O'Glennis. The drivers of this request include 4 main areas: contracted services, unanticipated costs, tuition costs, either in and out of district, costs of equipment, and also transportation. So our expenditures in each of these 4 areas have exceeded what was previously budgeted and approved by taxpayers due to the increases of student needs in these areas. Dr. Mask will go into these areas in more detail.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the school board. Thank you for having me as part of this presentation this evening. Thank you to the superintendent who has provided an introduction to this request. I'm here this evening to add additional context to how and why this request is needed. I first want to thank the board for its continued support for programming and services provided to all students across the district. With your oversight, our educators work diligently to provide high-quality educational experiences for students. In a concise statement, we do amazing things for kids each and every day. I would like to share some quick facts about the special education population of our district for context. It is important to note that all students that enter our doorways of our schools are regular education students first and foremost. The classification as special education means that students require additional instructional supports and services as part of their educational journey in order to access and participate in the regular education curriculum in a meaningful way. The Governor Wentworth Regional School District currently provides special education services to approximately 354 eligible school-aged students. This is approximately 17% of our total student enrollment population. This percentage is less than the New Hampshire state average of 19% of total enrollment. Our students that attend out-of-district schools are in line with the state average of 4%. We currently are anywhere in between 3 and 3.5%. In addition to the 354 eligible school-age students, we currently have approximately 60 preschool-age students, ages 3 and 4, that receive special education services due to a disability. We have 3 preschool classrooms within the district, 1 at New Durham School, 2 at Ossipee Central School, and we contract with the Wolfeboro Area Children's Center for preschool programming to meet our district's increasing needs. It should be noted that although our percentage of eligible students for special education is below the New Hampshire state average, within our schools we have recognized a pattern and trends that impact our students, which as a result impact our school budget. More students are qualifying for specialized supports and services due to their unique needs. Our individual school communities are experiencing this firsthand. The nature and severity of educational needs are becoming more complex, requiring specialized care and attention. There is an increase in eligible young children ages 3 and 4 that have significant communication and behavioral needs. There has been a rise in legal challenges related to IEP team programming and placement decisions, with more cases involving special requests for additional specialized services and out-of-district placements. One of the most significant challenges we face in school district budgeting, particularly with special education, is the unpredictability of certain needs that can arise at any time. While we do our best to forecast expected and unexpected needs 18 months in advance based upon known factors, such as patterns and trends, we often encounter unanticipated costs, such as enrollment of students with intensive services, or an out-of-district placement, or specialized equipment. Our expenditures in the 4 areas of contracted services, tuition costs, transportation, and equipment reflect just that and have exceeded what was previously budgeted in October of 2023 and approved by taxpayers in March of 2024 due to the increases of student needs in these areas. Although these are unanticipated costs, we are legally obligated to provide these services as defined in each student's individualized education plan, or IEP. In front of you, you have the definitions of terms to add additional context regarding access to the Special Education Trust. So for contracted services, unanticipated contracted services include costs associated with hiring additional nurses, evaluation costs, summer school costs for extended school year related service providers, and support personnel in the role of behavioral technician paraprofessionals. For tuition costs can be considered either in-district programming or within our local school communities, or an out-of-district placement in a specialized program outside of the district. We have several unanticipated district and out-of-district tuition costs. Transportation. At times, there are situations where Governor Wentworth Regional School District remains the district of origin or the sending school district, even when students do not live within the geographic bounds of our district. We have unanticipated transportation costs. Equipment. Equipment costs include specialized equipment for students to access their educational program. We have unanticipated equipment needs. It is expected that there will be questions regarding how we, as a district, are going to handle these unanticipated costs that come to our attention at various times throughout the next school year, specifically with the default budget. As in with all decision-making, we will continue to be student-focused. We are optimistic and hopeful that the new GWSA contract will help with attracting and maintaining support personnel to work with our students. Conversely, we are in the process of taking a hard look at our entire budget, and this is not just a special education funding issue, rather an educational funding issue. We will continuously assess the necessity and sustainability of maintaining contracted service providers, specifically making changes that have the least impact on students. With that, I'll transition to Kathy Owens.
Thank you, Dr. Mills. In anticipation of the unanticipated expenditures, the request to withdraw from the Special Education Trust Fund, we issued a budget freeze on Tuesday, March 25th. The superintendent notified the school board via email, then the administrative team, and I followed with an email that I issued to all employees. Now, what does this mean, a budget freeze? There will be no additional spending through purchase orders. For payroll, no work outside of your current employment contract will be authorized for the remainder of the school year. There will be no new purchase orders or reimbursements that will be processed unless they were previously approved or essential to district operations. No additional work or services outside of the current contract will be approved, including overtime or extra duties. There are some occasions when this will be approved so long it is not funded by our operating budget. An example could be a group using the athletic fields or a vendor renting the arts center for performances, and they reimburse our staff for like the custodial service for using the facilities. This does not include any federal grants or food service expenses. These programs are continuing without interruption. We will continue to honor any financial obligations that are contained within our collective bargaining agreements. And from an accounting perspective, we will continue to charge all expenditures to their corresponding budget lines. Essentially, for the special education lines, we will overrun the lines. I will not be requesting any budget transfers going forward. Only a limited number of staff, mainly in the SAU office, have permissions to enter any purchase order requests, and before they do, they are communicated with either Dr. Caroline, Dr. Mask, or myself. The task of making budget transfers would be a full-time job, and the number of lines in our budget is over 1,500 lines. I don't recommend that we adjust budget amounts due to this situation, and this would only add much confusion to our budget next year and any time we look back at this fiscal year budget. Again, the expenditures will be charged to the appropriate lines, and that is what we are required to do in state reporting and is considered best practice.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair, if there are questions from the board or the community.
Yeah, does anyone from the board have a question? Go ahead, Sharon.
I had a question about out-of-district placements, and do we no longer have the staff or trained staff who are able to meet the needs of our children on the spectrum?
We do have trained staff who work with students on the spectrum, certainly. For out-of-district placements, sometimes it's the case, and I can turn it over to Dr. Mask on this topic, sometimes it's the case that the needs of the student far exceed what a public school usually handles. So if it's the case that the student cannot make meaningful progress within the public school, then we have to keep looking further for a more restrictive setting.
So just out of curiosity, this district has always prided itself on being able to meet the needs of our students with special needs. And I'm just wondering, out of curiosity, in terms of meeting the needs of children on the spectrum, what does Rochester have that we don't?
I'm not able to speak to Rochester at this time, but it is my understanding that their out-of-district placement percentage is commensurate with the state average, as is ours.
No, I'm referring to out-of-district placements from Governor Wentworth to Rochester. And I'm just, hypothetically, I'm wondering what they have that they can offer our children on the spectrum that we're not able to offer here in Governor Wentworth.
I don't understand the question. We wouldn't place at Rochester, so that's another public school district.
Yeah.
An out-of-district placement would be a private special education setting. So out-of-district placements are, they have to be certified by the state in certain disabilities in order for a student to be accepted there. And in order for us to have permission to pay tuition for that student to go there. We wouldn't have students at the Rochester Public School District unless there's another arrangement, such as a best interest or manifest educational hardship, and those situations would certainly be confidential.
So how would I find out what these private institutions are that Rochester has and clearly Governor Wentworth doesn't?
I am not in a position to compare our district to another district, but what I can share is that the special education private schools are they're all available publicly on the Department of Education website.
Okay.
I can also share that public school districts, we are also required to have different settings for students with disabilities. So Rochester and Exeter and Dover and Governor Wentworth, we all operate under the same requirements under the Bureau of Special Services at the state.
Thank you. Dr. Beth?
Thank you for your presentation. Dr. Mass or Dr. Arculian, can you explain what you broke down tuition cost, you said in-district tuition cost and out-of-district tuition cost. I totally understand out-of-district tuition costs, but could you clarify what you mean by in-district tuition?
Sure, that's a great question. At each of our levels, we work individually with individual teams to create educational plans and programming for our students. Like Dr. Eric Killian had said, that we do take pride in providing educational programming for our students here in the district. At times, we have to look elsewhere for a more specialized program. But if that's not the case, and if we can meet needs here in the district, then we will build individualized programs here in the district. So that includes contracting and building different programs here at each level.
Do you have additional, anyone had a question? Could you explain the kind of, and I think I know the answer, but just so that we're all on the same page, could you explain the interplay of the legal line with some of our special education costs? Because I think there's a lot of people who have talked about this legal line over the last few meetings, and I think it's good to clarify that. And I'm also wondering if any of this money could be utilized in the legal line going forward if it was necessary for some of those special education needs that we have in our school district, or legal expenses related to special education services.
Sure. That's a good question, Brody, because that does come up often. When students are determined eligible for special education under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or the IDEA, that's the federal guidelines. We also follow underneath the state of New Hampshire guidelines. Students and families have a set of protections, and part of those protections is administrative costs. And we work diligently and very collaboratively with families to come to agreement. But at times there are times where there is a disagreement in terms of what the school district is proposing in terms of an educational program or placement. And parents have the right to exercise disagreement in a variety of different ways. When families come to the district with advocates or attorneys, the district is responsible to have representation as well.
Okay, and I think that's important to know. I had an additional question. Go ahead, Tom.
I would just ask that your presentations be put into the minutes, because I'm not very good at taking notes. Thank you.
I'm also kind of wondering, when we expend this money from our trust, how much is that going to help us with some of our current financial obligations, and what's the likelihood that, are we going to get out of a budget freeze this year, or are we staying frozen?
We're staying frozen.
We're staying frozen.
We're staying frozen.
And this money's going to help us meet existing special education obligations or possible future ones that could come up?
This is all for this fiscal year, which ends June 30th, so that's for this year only.
And I know back in the fall, there was an issue where the state had underfunded catastrophic need grants that are, when we have students over a certain amount of costs based on per pupil costs, the state had underfunded their lines by 33% for those grants to help reimburse, so we pay for the special education services in advance and anticipate those revenues to come back. How much has our overages in our special education lines, how have they been impacted by that, or is this just we didn't anticipate this ever being the amount of cost that we incur as a school district for some of these mandated services?
Thank you, Brody. The special education catastrophic aid is a revenue. It's not an offset to an expenditure. So in business administrator world, budget is a budget. You can't overexpend it by a dime. And you also you have to make sure that you have not overinflated your revenues. It's kind of like a net system, so you have to make sure that you're collecting your revenues, even though you might say you can spend your full, let's say $50,000, but if you only take in $45,000 in a revenue that you had anticipated and it's short, then you have to decrease your budget by that amount. So the net amount has to come out too. So it's a two-tier situation. The revenue was granted, it was underfunded by the state, but it was actually reported correctly on the MS-24, which is the estimated revenue that went in to the DRA to set the tax rate for all 6 towns back in September. So that was not that wasn't overestimated due to the state, under budgeting or under funding it. But our budget is our budget. So revenue is different than expenditures.
Can I keep you, Kathy, for a second? Can you talk about the Special Education Trust Fund, is the 219 which you're requesting tonight, is that the full balance in the fund?
That is the full balance as of the last statement I had as of March 13th. So we're asking for the full withdrawal of that. It won't close the account, It'll keep it open at 0, and the board members are agents to expend, so everything legally is all set for that to happen.
Can you give some history related to that account, how long we've had it in the district, if we've ever had to do this before?
We've never had to expend from it. It was set up, don't quote me, I don't have it because my laptop's not open at the moment. I can certainly look back at it, but it was established back in the 1990s.
Okay.
And money was put in it once. As far as I could go back and see, there was never any more money put into it through a raise and appropriate warrant article. It just kept building in interest over the years. So I believe it was a one-time shot, and it's built interest over these years, and we've never had to expend from it before.
And the one-time shot was based on a warrant article in the
That established
Okay.
the actual special education trust fund.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions? Is there anybody from the public who would like to provide comment? I'll open up the floor. Go right ahead.
I'd like to know, how could the putting up of batting cages and the outfield fence on the baseball field and the softball field not be a part of the expenditures before the freeze?
Excuse me, could you?
Yeah, could you speak into the mic, Amy? That's okay. Just state your name and
Yeah,
town
Amy
residence.
Edmonds. Sorry, Amy Edmonds again. I'd like to know, how could the putting up of batting cages and the outfield fences not be a part of expenditures before the freeze, along with the necessary mowing for and maintenance of both those baseball and softball fields, knowing we have varsity teams, JV teams, middle school teams, all using those fields, and soccer. Don't forget that in the fall. They play on the outfield.
I mean, I think Kathy can answer that, but it is a special education funding year. But Kathy, if you could please, because I think there are people who are interested.
We are still working out a lot of these details that impact students. We have been working, I met with the athletic director last week on Thursday. We're putting a plan into place. We are talking to our neighbors. We are gathering information. I can say it's a work in process. I understand exactly where you're coming from, and as the person who always deals with the financials, and when any of the administration, from the superintendent on down to anyone, a staff member at any of the schools asks, how can I do this? I say, you put your action into plan and I'll come up with a way to work with you. Unfortunately, I've had to say no more than I care to admit. It's killed me. It directly impacts every student in the district, and I'm sorry that we're in this unfortunate situation, but we have to maintain what we need to do mandated by law for these other students and for the rest of the students. So it's a work in progress, and we certainly are trying to gather everything we can so that fields are maintained. They might be done in-house. We know that there are certain, I'll just stop there.
Okay. Is there any additional input on the expenditure from the Special Education Trust? Yes, you state your name and town of residence.
Bobby Bowman, citizen. I think Dr. Shepherd had a question.
Did you have your question?
Okay. My question is, moving forward, how is the charter school in Ossipee also going to affect our special education funds? They open this fall. I'm told that the meetings I go to up there, they have 58 students. The majority of them are coming from Wakefield. I don't know if we're responsible in any way for the special education of those children. But on top of it, what burden is also being put on our school district to serve these children who are not going to be in our schools?
Thank you. So students who attend a charter school but live within our district, if they are eligible for special education, we still have to provide case management. We still have to manage their IEPs. We still need to provide services, whether at the charter school or at our home school. So that's the piece that we would still have to provide. We don't, we're not, Wakefield students are not in our district, so we're not providing services for Wakefield. However, students who are in our district, they're allowed to get on a bus at a bus stop that already exists and carry on to wherever that bus meets the charter school. So it doesn't impact transportation as much unless we have very crowded buses. That could be an impact. So at this point, we don't have those numbers as far as how many students are going there and how many might be eligible for special education. I don't know where you went. There you are. Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
Are there any other public comment? Go ahead.
Of the $219,000 that's being requested tonight, how much of that sum is legally mandated that we expend to cover this shortfall?
We are legally required to pay for these costs. The 219,000, we would use 100% for legally required costs for special education. It has to be for special education. Yeah.
Understood. And if the board were to fail to appropriate those funds tonight, what would the district's recourse be? I'm not saying we would, I just am curious.
Can I just comment? I think we just dig ourselves into a deeper hole. I mean, you
We
guys
would
know.
have to go back to the towns.
Good.
May I just add one comment? It is true that this is an ever-evolving process. We are continuing to work with people. The requests, the conversations are not done. We're working with athletics, we're working with special education, we're working on field trips, we're working on every expenditure to find creative ways to get the needs met for kids every single day with every principal, teachers. This is in process. This is not the fault of one person. I appreciate the apology. This is, I don't want people to, make a conclusion that it's just the business department, or it's just the special education department, or it's just this, or it's just parents, or it's just teachers. That's not the case. It's many factors. It's many factors that brought us where we are, and I know from speaking to superintendents in other districts at our statewide association meetings, this is that we are not unique in this situation. Most districts have unanticipated costs right now that they're grappling with, and given that the fiscal year ends in 3 months, this is what's left, and we have these unanticipated costs that we are legally required to cover. So that's where we are at this time.
Yeah, Charlotte.
Because we have so much unknown about the charter school that's opening this fall, have you reached out to try to get the information of what costs might we be responsible for? And if not, do you think it might be a good idea to try to get that information?
Absolutely. It's always helpful to speak to people in our community, especially if they're going to have some of our residents. I did speak with the lead of that school, and he was working on getting everything established, the food service, the staff, the facility. So I think the number of students was unknown. It sounds like some people have gone to more meetings than I have, but definitely if they have those numbers, they're going to be in touch with us, and we want to be in touch with them. We certainly want to get a handle on that information, and we want to support those kids. Sometimes another school, a charter school, is a better fit for some students, and the law is in New Hampshire is such that charter schools are here. They're here to stay. They're public schools. And we still get to be involved to help those kids. That's how I look at it. We still get to be involved. The students at charter schools who qualify for special education, we still get to support them. So I know that we can work to make that happen. But we'll be in touch with that charter school lead.
Bobby Brennan, citizen. I have another question. Just so the room understands, the shortfall special education was about $650,000. Is that the number we're still working with as our shortfall?
No, that's related to the default budget. This
Okay.
is this year's annual budget.
No, but I'm talking about our default budget right now. I
Oh,
mean,
as
I
part of
know
our-
this is as part of this fund.
So our default.
Just so the room understands.
Yeah, so our default budget is we need to find about $650,000 to address mandated special education costs, which will be our next agenda item of how the administrators have reworked our budget so we can have a default budget that meets those mandated
Okay,
costs.
and we are an SB2 municipality,
We are in the,
so we could potentially hold a meeting of the people to ask for the funds. We're talking about 9 voters. We're talking about $650,000 for special education. How are we not talking about holding a special meeting of the legislative body to fund our special education?
has to be permitted by a superior court, and you have to demonstrate a danger to health, safety, and other parameters.
Well, we already just had a danger tonight for children on fields. We can talk about the health and the safety of our special education children. I think we meet the requirements for holding a special meeting. What do we as citizens need to do to call for a special meeting so we can fund our special education children for this $650,000?
I believe there's a way in state law if residents wanted to petition for a special meeting. My personal opinion, we can always explore more with legal, but I don't know what the Superior Court, if they'd actually grant such a special meeting for an additional appropriation. And that doesn't include the fact that we'd have to go and send out a second round of tax bills. So you'd actually have to send out another tax bill to the member communities. So it's, it could be worth exploring, but it's not my decision, it's the board's decision. And ultimately, really, it's a Superior Court. And if the residents want to petition it and force the board to ask the Superior Court, that could happen, but ultimately the Superior Court, it's not a very easy, like, oh, you just apply to the Superior Court and they say good and done. There's 3 to 5, and I can't remember them off the top of my head, specific criteria that you have to demonstrate to a judge. And I don't know how fast we can even get through the legal process. That's just my personal opinion and understanding of the situation. So.
Thank you.
Is there any additional comments? Yeah.
I just want clarification. My understanding is that what you're asking for in this hearing is only going to get us through June 30th, correct? This is the anticipated expense for which we have no money. So we're having to take the $219,700 from the Special Education Trust Fund just for this school year.
We would ask for that, yes, immediately.
Yeah, that's for just for this school year, but yet, as Ms. Budman just stated, we're about 600 and change, 600 grand and change short for our special needs for the next school year. And you're trying to come up with, 600 grand and change.
It was confused earlier. So we will have an adjusted budget for the board's review for the next fiscal year in the next agenda item.
Okay, and I noticed going through that I saw a line item for printing, but could we please consider, maybe Kathy O has the numbers for what we spend on paper. I would just like to make sure that we could, I think, find.
We've included that in the packet.
For paper?
For the adjusted budget proposal?
Yeah, I saw that, but I didn't see a separate line item for paper. Do we have
Would you like
that?
us to discuss this at this time?
No, I'm just, just trying to figure out, trying to figure out how we're going to meet the needs of our special education students for next year. This will cover the remainder of this year.
So when we get there, we can certainly talk about any adjustments the board members want to make, but we're talking about expending money for this fiscal year. You could always, that's all. We're talking about this fiscal year. And next fiscal year, we have about 12 months in collaboration between the administrators and the board to figure out about $856,000 difference. That's very manageable to have 12 months to figure out how to mitigate that type of shortfall. And there's, not to get onto the default budget stuff, but there's things like, for example, new positions that we proposed. There's there's about $350,000 right off the start just in salaries of places where, we can try to reconcile the difference between the default and the Lincoln. But back to the trust, the expenditure from the trust for special education funds. There's no additional comment from the board. I'll ask the public one last time. Is there any additional public input, comments, questions for us or the administrators? All right, hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And there is a recommended proposed motion at the end of the memo that we were supplied. So if someone would like to make that motion, we can have any further discussion, deliberation as a board. That would be appreciated. Go ahead, Mary.
Motion to withdraw and expand the total amount available, approximately $219,700 from the Special Education Trust Fund to pay for unanticipated special education costs.
Second.
I'll give the second to Charlene. So motion by Mary, seconded by Charlene. Is there any additional discussion?
Comment?
Go right ahead, Mary. Comment.
Thank you. Thank you. It's colossal. And it's for the children. All children.
Go on. Go ahead, Beth.
I just want to echo what Dr. Killian said earlier. Kathy, I don't want you to personally think this is on you. We all appreciate, this board appreciates everything the SAU does to make things happen for our students and for our community. It should not be internalized as a personal failing. This is a hard time and a hard situation for many of us.
And I appreciate that. It's just I've never had to say no. I've always come up with a way to find it.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult because I've had to say no to all of you numerous times. And that's just not me, so it's a 180. So, yeah. Thank you.
I echo the support. If there's no other comments, Kathy, if you could please call the roll.
Tom?
Aye.
Dr. Jim?
Aye.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene? Aye. Dr. Beth?
Yes.
Danielle?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Brody?
Aye.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the superintendent's report. And our first item will be the default adjusted proposal. Floor is yours, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first item in Superintendent's report is default budget adjusted proposal for the board's action. The default budget is $852,889 less than the school board's proposed fiscal year 26 budget. The bulk of this shortfall lies in the top portion of this budget, listed as employee expense. I'll ask Business Administrator Kathy Oblenis to explain, after which I'll ask the board for a motion to approve the adjusted budget as presented. Kathy?
Thank you. I'm just going to hold it. I appreciate it. There we go. Oh, twice in one night. The default budget was also included in your packet. This kind of helps set the stage for what I'm going to discuss. Simply because the bulk, like Dr. Eric Kelly said, the bulk of the shortfall falls in the employee expense section, which is the top part of the budget. The shortfall in that area is $707,137. The new staff list that was presented to the board went into the proposed budget, and because we're in default, that is no longer, we cannot move forward with that. So none of those new staff members will happen. That new staff member list totaled with wages and all payroll and benefits, it came up to 362,000 approximately.
Sorry, no, go ahead. I know I'm going to have a question.
So looking at, that off the top is over almost half of what we're looking at for a decrease that's needed. And then when we budgeted for the proposed budget for next year, we had unfilled positions. We had about 2 teacher positions, and we had approximately 26 support staff positions, mainly paraeducators. So to help defray the costs of the shortfall in this portion, and even more of the budget, and due to the unanticipated special education costs that will arise and continue into the new year, we'll implement a partial hiring freeze. So of the 26 budgeted vacancies, not to say that that's what we have now, but the budget was prepared with those vacancies. We're just confident that with the GWSA union contract that passed, that we'll be able to, we're confident that with that support staff union passing, that the increased wage base for the support staff will find and fill these vacancies appropriately, which will in turn decrease the special education costs to hire outside agencies, which we have had to do. We also have retiring professional staff. I have kept and started and will continue to keep a running count of all the professional staff who retire at the end of the year or any who resign, and we find to rehire in their place. I will keep track of all of those wages only. I will not get into the benefits of them. I'll just go wages to allow you and to obviously keep tabs myself as to where we are with cost savings or deficit, depending on what the case may be. But I can tell you that of those retiring staff members, the majority of them were at the top step and track. So they were at the highest wage. So they were at track 4, step 14. So they were at the highest wage. So that is also in our benefit, if you look at it that way. And then there are various budget lines that have less impact on programs but can be altered or cut. These lines might include travel, general supplies, new or replacement furniture and equipment. But we will continue, as we have been doing for months now, meeting monthly between myself and the special education department and the superintendent to see where we are and to be able to make any adjustments or changes.
I'm wondering about the reduction in force that we had. We had 2 reductions in force because we had more staff and specific either grades or other departments where it was no longer necessary. Is that calculated into this? I know under default budget, calculated as if you had those positions or those choices we can make. Yeah, so okay, so that's additional cost savings there. Yep. And does anyone else have questions? I have some other ones, but I don't want to.
Thank you. I had a question. We were talking about a partial hiring freeze, and then you were talking about retiring professional staff. I think it would be more helpful and obviously more accurate if we included the benefits with the actual salary, so we have a clear dollar amount. And that being said, I would be interested in knowing, it does say partial hiring freeze. Mm-hmm. Do you have access to the salary and benefits for the director of curriculum position?
I can turn my computer on, but that's not a question that I have.
Well,
can I just...
You're talking about a partial hiring freeze.
Can I just go back? May I just go back just for clarification on one item?
Sure.
When you said you wanted also to include the benefits, I can do that as a lump sum for outgoing staff members, but I have no idea what that's going to be when we hire, when the board approves.
Understood.
It'll be wages only that I will know, because it's not until they're hired do we know what they're going to take for benefits.
I exactly.
Just putting that.
No, I
okay.
understand that, but I was hoping that,
Yeah.
you could include the benefits with, because you know that, that's a known
Yes, I do.
item with the retiring staff.
Yeah.
And so you know how much the director of curriculum position costs, correct? Because you have an existing amount, and then
I will, once I put that in the spreadsheet, yes.
okay, because I would be interested in knowing. I know it's over 100,000, and that's not even including benefits, and so I'm just looking at ways for us to not do anything deleterious to the district, because we have staff that might be able to cover that just for a year. So I'm just, trying to be proactive and figure out ways where we can, mitigate our shortfall for special education.
I'm just wondering, how do you delineate during the hiring freeze? Are you basically looking at some of the full-time positions that are fall under the GWSD CBA that we know will mitigate our special education costs, not freezing those? And then what is it, part-time positions that we have open? Those are the ones we'll freeze?
Obviously, the priority would be working with Dr. Mask on those that need the prioritizing, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So trying to fill those positions we know that will have a net cost benefit.
Yes.
And then those
Absolutely.
positions where we know it won't have a net cost benefit, keeping those frozen for now. Okay. And then, you have a question? Go ahead, Jen.
So I just want to clarify, because I think I understood what you said previously, Bertie, but Kathy, just to confirm then, the reduction in the new staff list does not include the savings that will also be realized from the reductions in force, such as the teaching position in New Durham.
Say that again.
So like there was a reduction in force, and that was part of the proposed budget.
Yes, that was, right, that it was in the spreadsheet for the new staff, correct.
Right,
But
so
those will
that's
still
not-
happen.
That's not here in
No.
the savings, so
No.
we will be getting that. Okay, I
Correct.
just wanted to make sure I understood.
Correct.
Thank you.
Nope.
Sorry, I didn't hear you were saying.
No, thank you.
Now, I have a question about, it's not entirely related, but I'm wondering about the budget freeze and its impact on the sports fields.
Like I said, it's a work in progress. I met with the facilities, with maintenance, as well as the athletic director last week in my office. We are still working through things and working on a plan, coming up with solutions that will still allow the fields to be not as picture perfect, but certainly the caliber in which it's safe for the students to play on. It's a work in progress, like I said, and it doesn't happen overnight.
Okay, because I heard concerns from, and I don't really
No,
want
no.
to delineate too much, but I heard concerns about the fields not getting mowed, that there wouldn't be striping, that the on base.
That's not true.
Okay, well, I'm not saying that, they were saying it as a matter of fact.
No, but
was concerned.
absolutely.
Okay, so we're gonna make sure that our fields, and there will be a plan in place.
Yes.
To make sure that they can play ball,
Absolutely.
play softball, and do the normal athletic activities.
Absolutely, yes.
Is there any way we can get that, some information on that for our next meeting?
I would certainly think so, yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
it might be something that I think
Yeah.
might be worth adding to the agenda. I know the sports seasons will kind of be underway,
Yeah.
but I think it'd be good for fall.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any additional questions? All right, I think the proposed motion would be accepting the adjusted default budget as presented by our administrative team. If anyone wants to.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Jim Manning, seconded by Mary Shilroth. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, Kathy, you could call the roll once you're ready.
Tom?
Aye.
Dr. Jim?
Aye.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
Aye.
Dr. Beth?
Yes.
Danielle? Yes. Nate?
Yes.
Brody?
Aye. Okay, so that is our default budget adjustment. have our line item transfer policy, so if there needs to be line item transfers as we go in through the year. We'll move on to the
question.
superintendent,
Can I just ask Kathy a quick question?
Kathy O,
Yeah.
regarding,
We just went through the default budget,
yep.
and
I didn't hear the amount that we currently have budgeted for paper. What was that amount? Not printing. Printing is there, but
No, it was copying.
I did not see a line item for paper.
No, it's in, sorry. That would be contained in the general supply line under 610.
610 general supplies.
Yes, that would be a line, that would be an amount in there. It's not a specified line, but it's in the supply line.
So
That's
if
right.
I wanted to find out how many thousands and thousands of dollars we're spending on paper in the district, how would I find that out?
I would have to do,
I mean, every school has, I'm guessing, has a certain requisition for paper.
Yes, and
Tons of copies, and
absolutely.
they hand out stuff to kids.
Absolutely.
So
I don't need to reopen the discussion on the default budget, but I
well, it
will.
was part of my question earlier, and you had me wait to have it in here, and I'm sorry, I didn't hear. If you said how much it was, I didn't hear. I'm
I
sorry.
don't have a number. I would have to go back and investigate the thousands of lines in the supply line that is charged to, or the vendor is paper, and I actually don't know. We use multiple vendors for paper.
Okay.
So I'd have to look into the purchase orders. It's not an existing document that we have right now. It would require
But
investigating.
that could be a place to find more money.
Well, the fact that we try and compare the cost to the state bid price to ensure that we're getting the best bang for our buck. I mean, with a lot of other things that we do too. You know, we are searching every line. We're not leaving any rock unturned, but we're certainly going for line items that are larger than paper. They could be, like I said, new furniture or replacement furniture. Those have a larger dollar amount, so we're trying to start with larger dollars versus smaller dollars. And that is, I would say paper is a smaller dollar.
Okay.
I think I see some of the faces of the teachers out there have been dealing with a freeze in copying, who I know we instituted that a while back, knowing that costs were coming. That was the first place, and I think we're going to have to manage our paper tight this year, but I don't want to put another copying freeze on our educators who need those for handouts for students, especially the elementary school students. You know, so I think I appreciate it.
Well, and I appreciate your point, but it's my understanding that so much of the work that our students are doing throughout the district is digital, and so it seems to me that you're talking about handouts to students and whatnot. It seems to me that with so many students having, what do we have now? Chromebooks, MacBooks? I forget what we have. Chromebooks. I'm just, trying to find a way, sort of brainstorming about looking at that, because, what Senator Everett Dirksen used to say, $1 million here, $1 million there, pretty soon you're talking about real money. And I don't think that, $5, $10, $15, $20,000 is an amount to sneeze at.
No, I didn't say that either, but I think our educators need the resources in the classroom necessary to do their jobs, and I don't like micromanaging them. And with that, we'll move on to the superintendent district update. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to board members for your understanding and flexibility. We actually took a look at the board packets and considered, could we do our own paper reduction act? But instead you have a packet with all different colors, and this is why. Because we're reaching into the back corners of our supplies, so we're not ordering paper. So appreciate the wish to save trees.
It's a rare commodity.
That's why you have special colors in your packets. And if the board would like to switch to digital, we're happy to entertain. Okay, so next agenda item is my district update. So I'll wait on election results for the next item, But first, I'd like to share students and staff last day of school. Unless something happens in the next few days, which it keeps happening, I thought we'd be safe by this board meeting. But there was a little snow this morning too, I was told, in Brookfield at least. At this moment, the calendar for students remains. So students will have a half day on Wednesday, June 18th. And we'll have to bring staff back in after the June 19th holiday. We'll have to bring them in for Friday, June 20th, for one more staff day. So that's where we stand. I don't need a board vote on that because it's not a change in calendar for students. Also, I would like to announce officially at the board level, Dr. Katie Hills is our new assistant superintendent starting next year. Congratulations. Very, very pleased and thrilled. The community is thrilled for you. You have big shoes to fill. However, everyone is confident that you are a perfect person for the position. And thank you for your diligence and assistance with working on filling your own shoes. So that's our next step, and we're excited. We'll have updates for the community soon on that position. And then finally, we have many strategic plan updates. I'll yield this time because we have an excellent presentation still yet to come in this board meeting regarding culture of belonging focus area of the strategic plan. So as I go through the voting results, I welcome Great Schools Partnership to come up and start getting connected with technology and such. Okay, so next, election results. I think the community has seen our election results. We did not put this in the packet because we know the board is aware. This is posted on the district website. If you go to the school board tab and annual meeting, these results are posted there. So the election results include school board member at-large 3-year term, Brody DeShays with 2,381 votes, over write-ins of 96 votes. School board member Effingham, 3-year term. Congratulations, Nate Williams, with 2,324 votes and only 28 write-ins. Also, congratulations, school board member Ossipee, 3-year term. Danielle J. Van Dusen with 1,503 votes. Our school district moderator, 1-year term. Caitlin Purdy Murphy with 2,433 votes. The operating budget, this is the recount results. So you might recall we had a lengthy recount. The board diligently recounted. It was a very well done process with fidelity. So the official recount results were that the Article 2 operating budget failed. There were 1,534 votes for no and 1,525 votes yes.
I'm sorry, it says 4 votes. I think the recount revealed it failed by 9 votes.
That's just in our memo. I noticed that mistake too.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
she's reading the official results.
I'm sorry.
So it is 9 votes.
I apologize.
If she read that, I would have pointed it out to Sharon.
Yes, my memo, I wrote that earlier apparently. Thank you for that catch. It failed by 9 votes. Article 3, the administrative team bargaining agreement passed with 1,751 votes. No were 1,526 votes. Congratulations, administrators, all waiting through this whole meeting. Article 4, special meeting, if Article 3 was defeated, that also passed. For the sake of time, pass that one. The Article 5, the bargaining agreement for the support staff, passed. The yeses were 1,872 votes, and noes were 1,407 votes. Congratulations to all staff. I see a couple out there. Congratulations. Article 7, 150,000 to Maintenance Capital Reserve Fund, passed with 2,114 votes. The noes were 1,143 votes. Article 8, 150,000 for repairs and improvements, passed with 2,104 votes, and the noes were 1,163 votes. And finally, Article 9, $250,000 for meals to increase student eligibility for up to 300% the federal poverty rate. The communities passed this with 2,177 votes, and the noes were 1,105 votes. So thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. So next on the agenda, strategic plan update, equity audit presentation. I'm just going to come on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did you want to say any more? I just want to introduce you. Of course, they're going to jump right in and say so many great things. I'm going to yield to their time. Great Schools Partnership, I'll let them introduce themselves, have worked diligently with our equity task force. I want to thank the school board who gave us tracks to run on. So January of 2024, you passed the equity policy, and that's when everything really could get into high gear. Just a few months after that, you passed this. You approved your strategic plan in March of 2024 with a focus area on a culture of belonging. Part of that focus area is about auditing, doing an equity audit across the entire district. There's so many hours, so many staff members, and so much work that has gone into the audit, and now the plan is taking shape. So this is as a result of the board's policy and plan, strategic plan, that we are here where we are today. So we're making progress, and we're really proud of it. So without further ado, thank you both for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know how this is going to work for seeing the slides. Feel free to hold if you want to see the slides that are here, but I hope board members, you can all see the screen well enough. Okay.
We have copies.
And you all have the draft report as well as a copy of the slides. So thank you for that. I'll just introduce myself and I'll turn it over to my colleague Sarah. So my name is Jean Hager. If that name is familiar to you, I have family members in Tuftonboro. My niece and nephew graduated from Kingswood High School, so I was really delighted to have this opportunity to support the community in this work. And I'm going to turn it over to Sarah.
Good evening. Thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for that great introduction. My name is Sarah Malinowski. I come from Connecticut, so I had a little bit of drive, and I did find some of that snow on the way. And my work specifically has been leaning on my past district leadership in terms of, I came from a district very much like this area, a little bit smaller in Connecticut, but very similar demographics, and doing some of this equity work as a director of curriculum instruction. So I was able to lean into that as we move this work forward with an amazing committee. So Great Schools Partnership, we're a small nonprofit out of Portland, Maine. It works throughout mostly New England, but this entire country really now, in helping public schools do the best that they can do. Just continue the work that we heard tonight and help you do it all better. Our mission is to support and challenge and collaborate with educators and communities to achieve educational excellence and equity. So this is big, high leverage of what we do. We work from schoolhouse to state house. We'll work in individual classrooms with teachers. We'll work all the way up to state departments. For example, we are working in the New England school states right now on diversifying an educator workforce. So we work at policy and practice at all levels. We focus often on teaching and learning, and we also have a very strong leg
in terms of community engagement. Our experience is vast. And one thing I failed to mention earlier, I was a client of Great Schools Partnership for 13 years before I joined their staff the past 3 years. So I've worked with this company on both sides. And what I've appreciated most is the experience that comes to the table and a strong focus on what's happening regionally. Our board, we also are run by a board, very much considers what's happening in New England, really wants to know, while also having a really close eye as to what's happening federally. The State Department of Education of Washington has hired us for the past few years, and we are also in Nevada this year. So as we've mentioned, tonight's report is really a focus on your strategic plan, Area 3, the culture of belonging. And because our work is really considered to be responsive to all aspects of what's best for your community, we also touched on the student wellness area, which was your focus area 2, as well as supporting your leadership team in leading this work and building that sustainability. This is all, we didn't print it here, but truly all in service of your first priority area, which is about academic achievement. Without looking at the wellness and student belonging, we can't really also consider the academic achievement. Your strategic plan, Area 3, for the community really speaks to that the Governor Wentworth Regional School District will create a culture of belonging that fosters equity and values individuality, wherein each student feels safe, finds their place, and makes healthy connections. And as mentioned earlier, by late fall 2024, we will conduct a professionally created equity and activity audit that examines opportunities and outcomes for students within and across the schools. And tonight, we're giving you a summary of our report. So for this evening, we certainly want to start by celebrating the great strengths that we also saw while doing this audit, as well as reviewing the highlights of what we can do next. And finally, we'll touch on what will happen after reviewing this draft this evening. So, this is where I'm going to turn to my page, because you hear the word audit, and I used to work closely with our finance person. All of a sudden, the audit's happening. All of a sudden, things get a little nervous because we're thinking of all the negatives. I have to say, really, we need to start with the positives, and we didn't include everything that we also heard this evening. Amount of community members here, and congratulations. Thank you for showing up. That is a tremendous strength. The reports we heard from your student reps, incredible. But what we saw, very specifically, and this came from surveys and other data that we'll discuss a little bit further this evening, students certainly feel supported by caring, qualified staff. Students know where to turn to for help. Schools focus on positive discipline. Teachers feel supported in their professional growth. There are clear and positive student expectations. Variety of classes and co-curricular options. You use multiple forms of communication. And you've supported this work and finding out what we can do better. So as you see this list, we can certainly say, yes, we can do better. Absolutely, that's what school is. I don't know, I've been a public educator for over 40 years at this point. And that's, if I ever stop saying I can't do better for each student, we can. But please know we're working on your strengths, and every step that we move forward is based on the strengths that we're seeing. So this task force was established last year. It included an incredibly dedicated group of teachers, counselors, administrators. They met with us in person, they met with us online. Just such tremendous dedication. We focused on equity, inclusion, as we looked at areas to address. And very specifically, we worked in cooperation with your staff. It was not an audit where we came in and just looked. and said, okay, here you go. The information came from here. And in terms of following, I'd like to just unpack a little bit the definition that you put forward in your strategic plan on an equity audit. What we really mean by that is that we want to ensure that every student has the support and resources and opportunities they need to succeed, no matter their backgrounds, their learning needs, or personal circumstances. That's what this audit is about. What we can do for every student in the Governor Wentworth district. The work starts from our foundation. So at Great Schools Partnership, this is our definition. This is where Jean and I begin our work, our company begins the work, and then how we support you moving forward. But at Great Schools Partnership, we believe that educational equity means ensuring just outcomes for each student, raising marginalized voices, and challenging the imbalance of power and privilege. Sounds like lots of big old edgy speak, so I'd like to talk about that just a little bit more. So what we mean about just outcomes, especially for this community, is that every student gets the support they need to succeed. Ensuring that success is not determined by factors like zip code, background, or personal circumstances. That's what we mean by just outcomes. That includes looking at and thinking about academic achievement, and as well as looking at your focus area 2 about wellness, where each student has access to the resources and opportunities to realize their full potential. When we say marginalized voices, raising marginalized voices, making sure that students and families who've been underrepresented have a say in shaping their education and future. That's what we mean. Who haven't we heard from? Always wondering. We want everyone there. We need to hear our voices. And certainly when we looked at various data points, our survey numbers, community survey, only 306 responses. We know there are more voices to hear from. Family and staff surveys, 65 families and 24 staff. So while yes, we're trying a variety of ways of reaching out to hear, that's myriad. We can do something a little differently, but we need everyone's input to help with that. And then of course in student forums we heard from. And then when we talk about challenging imbalances of power and privilege, what we're talking about here is identifying and addressing unfair advantages or barriers so that every student has a fair chance to learn, grow, and to reach their full potential. So during this audit, we examined students' experiences, programs, and access to programs. We worked with the building administrators to complete a self-assessment, and we're really settling with success in this district should not be determined by which town they're coming from. Every student from every school, every district, every town should have the same opportunity when they get to the high school and beyond. This has many phases, where we started in October gathering input, gathering what data sources we'll need, getting input over the design. But this is not, I want to emphasize this is not a packaged product that you buy from a company. We determine what we'll look at with the community so that it is what you want to know about. So that's designing the focus and parameters that took us into December. That also helped us to think more about what data we needed to collect. And then we got into the analyzing and drafting this report and thinking about what the action plan will eventually look like. So the priority areas are listed here, and these came from, we just changed the name of this report. So it's the district.
Starting from our definition of educational equity, we have a set of indicators of educational equity, and that's what the Equity Task Force used to look at and reflect first. And then the administrative team did a survey that's based on those same principles, those same ideas. ideas. And so some of the graphics that you'll see later in the slides come from that the administrator's view. So that's one administrator per building with their perspective.
And for purposes of the report, it's the district equity audit survey that we use. And again, that just is from the building administrators. And the priorities that were determined from that survey started with the student-centered focus around learning environments and instruction, curriculum and program access, equity and professional practices, equitable and restorative discipline practices, community engagement and partnership. While the administrative survey was the original data that determined this, input from the equity task force also looked at this to help say, yes, this is finalized, these are the areas where we would like to focus. Thank you. Again, to emphasize, this was a collaborative approach that went through these various processes from surveys to reports, looking for connections, cohesions, continuing to look at data across the way, and looking out and seeing some of our members of the subcommittees, and just the diligence of looking at what data points, asking for, hey, do we have more information about? And then tonight we're here presenting the draft of the audit, and from what we learned from you and the community, this is where we will start thinking about what the action plan will look like. As a very brief overview of the data that the subcommittee really dove into, the student-centered focus group looked at student forum notes, and those were some interviews, especially at the 4-6, and then input from 9-12. The 2023 Youth Risk Behavior Survey, that is a state level data. In the curriculum and program access, we looked at the most current information around course enrollment, extracurricular participation, and the program studies. In the equity and professional practices, again, this was a current, was last spring's information on the professional development needs assessment. In the restorative discipline practices, it's looking at the current policies and the handbooks. And then the community and engagement partnerships, looking again at 2023, it's a New Hampshire Department of Education report called the 603 Bright Future Survey, as well as a communications audit. So with that, an audit overview and in more depth. Anybody?
All right, thank you very much. And there's a lot of information here. You all have been amazing sitting through all of this. So I'm going to go through the rest of these slides relatively quickly, and then, Mr. Chairman, if there's an opportunity for questions, we'd be happy to entertain questions or follow up at another time. So the way the audit report is set up is first with an executive summary, then we talk about the alignment with the strategic plan, the task force members, the milestones, there's a glossary there that's pulled right from the strategic plan, and focus areas of the audit, the 5 areas that Sarah mentioned. That's what I'm going to go into in more depth. And then there's a brief overview of the 3-year plan of what the proposed actions might be. So for each of the 5 priority areas, I'll talk a little bit about what the goal is for that priority so that you understand the direction that the Equity Task Force was working towards, the rationale, the summary of the data review. This is all in the report. I'm not going to go through all of this for all of the priority areas, but I will talk about the emerging trends and share a few of the data points that have come up, and then the proposed actions that the team is thinking about. So the first area is student-centered focus. The goal that the team is focused on is to foster a safe, inclusive environment where students feel a sense of belonging, ownership, and connection to their learning and goals. So that's what they were working towards. And to do that, they looked at a range of different data, particularly focus group data from students a year ago, December,
and that was about 10% of the student body from grades 4 through 12. And then the administrators did that survey in the fall, and it was noted that the school regularly, this is an area of growth for the schools to regularly assess students' perception of belonging and inclusion as a member of the school community. Because of the strategic plan last year, there was some effort, there was a lot of effort to collect some student feedback. What we saw though over time is that may not be happening regularly, and so that would be one of the recommendations. As emerging trends from the student focus groups, the students said these are probably things that you would expect, that students value relevant hands-on learning, autonomy, access to healthy meals, physical activity, and some of the things that they struggle with are classroom distractions, behavior of their classmates, fear of failure, mental health and substance use challenges. I was pleased to hear the student representative mention the annual suicide prevention. That's one of the data points that are in the report, is Kingswood students report at almost twice as much frequency that they reach out for help and than the state average. And so I think that's a reflection of the work that is going on in your district. Connecting learning to career pathways is an area that they would like to hear more about. Some of the proposed actions for this area is to develop systems for collecting regular feedback from students and families, and there are lots of different ways to do that. As we're doing this planning, we're also being responsive to the needs that arise. And so a need arose this year in the middle school, and so one of our other colleagues and I did some work with the staff at the middle school, and that colleague is also going to be following up with some students there to hear from their perspective specific to the needs that have arisen this year. And then the other action that's being proposed is a district committee to evaluate and improve student wellness programs. So thinking about all of the work that you all had done to improve wellness in the community, there may be some ways within your current budget parameters that could continue. So the second area is curriculum and program access. The goal is to ensure that the curriculum and graduation pathways allow opportunities and access for all learners. And this is where we dug into some of the internal data. We looked at some of the emerging trends were disparities in advanced courses and in enrollment in advanced courses, as well as in extracurricular participation. We noticed that in the advanced courses and National Honor Society, Wolfeboro students comprise approximately a third of the high school population, and yet make up 54% of advanced course enrollment and 61% of National Honor Society enrollment. And so in the next, and then we saw similar trends in extracurricular, that they were it seemed like there were far more participation among Wolfeboro students than some of the smaller schools. And so this is one graphic that shows the advanced course enrollment. So you can see in the orange, that's the total number of students in the school, and then the blue bars are the participation in advanced courses. And so you can see on the far right, that's Wolfeboro students, it's almost twice as many. And then a more similar pattern of participation from the other towns. And then this graphic is probably going to be hard to see, but this also shows with National Honor Society on the far right, the tealish color. Those would be Wolfeboro students. The pink is Ossipee, and it just shows that there's a larger percentage of Wolfeboro students in National Honor Society than in some of the other towns. The bottom graph is a little bit harder to see. That's just male and female participation in some of the extracurricular clubs and sports. So the proposed actions are to standardize communication. That raises the question, well, why is that? There could be lots of reasons for the differences in participation in towns. But one of the things that we thought would be helpful would be to standardize communication with students and families about what the academic opportunities are at the high school. Expand access to advanced courses
and identify strategies for expanding access to extracurriculars. So then the third area is equity in professional practices, where educators have the support to meet students' needs. And the biggest concern here from the professional development survey that was done is teachers really want time to collaborate. They feel they have choice, and so they do feel that they have voice in professional development, but according to what we saw in some of the data, there may not be as tight as an alignment as would be helpful between the professional development that teachers participate in and what the action plans are of the schools. So this shows that teachers definitely have the dark green around the donut. That's, teachers have a lot of voice in their professional development, so that's a positive. However, on the other hand, it's a smaller percentage where professional development opportunities are aligned with the school's action plan, so that would be an area to consider. So the recommendation is to provide support for teachers and administrators to develop a data-informed culture, provide dedicated time for professional learning structured at the school level based on the needs, and then include opportunities for educators to share their learning. It was really clear that teachers just wanted more time to talk with one another and learn from one another. The fourth area, almost done, one more after this, is restorative discipline practices, a school environment where students and staff actively engage in and benefit from equitable and restorative discipline practices. Some of the emerging trends here, this subcommittee looked at student handbooks to see the alignment between what's written as policy in the handbooks and what was actually in practice at the schools. The handbooks were well aligned with the district code of conduct. The inconsistencies were going to be hard to tell because schools had different ways of reporting behavior, and the data wasn't necessarily comparable between schools. So one of the recommendations then is to standardize that data collection, provide professional development on equitable and restorative discipline practices, and create opportunities to engage in underrepresented voices in school climate discussions. So that's been a theme, is finding ways to get more voices and to really hear different perspectives of what's going on from families, from students, from staff members. And finally, in community engagement, the goal is to strengthen the partnerships with communities and organizations with a focus on reaching underrepresented populations. One of the emerging trends that we saw is that surveys alone are insufficient to get the feedback. One of the things that came through in the communications survey, which was sent out by email to families, is what's the best way to communicate? Well, by email. Well, that's how they got, those are the ones who responded, the ones who got the message by email. So it's going to be important to think about other ways, and this subcommittee spent a lot of time brainstorming different ways to reach out to community, for you all as board members to connect with your respective constituents and share information with the school back and forth. While many of the community partnerships are very strong, they vary based on the town and the school resources, and are often dependent on a few volunteer champions. And so when one or two people who are really championing a cause move on to something else, then often that partnership falls by the wayside. So that's where we ended up, and use a few more graphics to show that similar to some of the other data that we saw, the school hosts or outreach efforts intended to engage community, it's not as regular as they would like to see. And so the proposed actions are to expand the outreach, identify and strengthen community partnerships, and improve communication. So with that, in closing, as just to follow up on the highlights that Sarah mentioned,
You all have a really strong and dedicated staff, actively engaged students, and a really supportive community. So the Equity Task Force will incorporate any feedback that we get in the next few weeks to finalize this draft audit, which will then be used to draft the action plan. And we've been planning as we've been doing the audit, so it's not like we just plan to plan to plan. We're doing as we're planning. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation, Jimmy. Sarah, and do board members have any? Actually, are there any staff or administrators here who participated in this process? I appreciate you guys staying so late and bearing with us. I appreciate your effort. Does the board have any questions? If you don't have questions now, you can always direct them to the superintendent. She can get them to them also. But go ahead. Matt.
Thank you so much for this really insightful presentation. The data is so nice to see it clearly laid out this way. It gives us a clear path forward and some actionable items to approach for the SAU team to work on immediately. It's great. Regarding the behavioral data that you looked at, and I understand it was unsatisfactory, wasn't able to be leveraged for the purposes of your presentation, did you still retain the behavioral data for each of the schools across the district? I just think that micro data for the buildings might still be of use if it was compared to their policies. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'll answer and I'll defer to principals who are part of that if you want to add to that. But each building does collect their own behavioral data and they use it internally to inform their own practice. What we had difficulty doing is comparing from school to school. Carrie, Corinne?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think one of the things that we were finding was some of the elementary schools were using just various programs. So we couldn't compare things district-wide because some of it was different in that sense.
I wonder if the behavioral data within a building could be compared to the policy on an individual level, right? Because that's the core thing that we're trying to understand is, do the disciplinary practices within a building reflect the policy as written in the handbook?
I believe the majority of us found that was the case, that they were following what was happening in the handbook. It was just hard to track overall trends.
And so for that reason, what we couldn't necessarily tell is each individual school building's interpretation of the policy and how it was enacted.
I have a question. In your work with our team, what was one thing that stood out about our community compared to other communities that you've worked with?
So I work with a lot of communities, and I have to say it's the most dedicated group that had a common vision of wanting to do the absolute best for every student that walked through. I could get teary, gosh, really, I can't say, like, that's not a put on. I've worked with a lot of places, and the desire to make this the best opportunity for each child that walked through the door was just palpable. And so, to me, I didn't get to come up and quite as often as Jean got to be here, but every moment was just such a treasure. So really, your staff, really above and beyond, and that's teachers, counselors, and the administrative team as well.
I agree.
I have a few questions. We get quite a few emails, and I apologize if you already sent the board a copy of the community surveys, the family and staff surveys, and the student forum. I don't recall ever receiving that information, and was that sent to the board? Did we get it? I mean, I don't remember seeing it.
Most of those surveys were generated last year during the strategic planning process.
Right,
So
I was
I'm
on
not
that
sure.
committee.
Yeah, so I'm not sure who was involved with actually analyzing those data when they came in last year. And so we were working from data that had already been collected by the district in that case, in the piece of the surveys.
Okay, so did you send any of that to the board? I don't
We filled it
remember.
out.
The committee.
That was back when we did our strategic plan.
Yeah,
And
all
we
of the
shared it on Facebook pages. I saw,
All the
I think there's staff here who shared it around on Facebook pages and by email, if I'm not mistaken, so.
During the strategic plan, when we shared the strategic plan, a lot of that was made available.
Okay, so I need to go back and look through all of my emails from what, last fall?
December, January, and we got them around that time. Yeah, the student focus groups were December of 2024, so that was probably available in January.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is that the school board was sent all those copies of the results. I don't remember seeing it.
You were on the strategic
Right,
plan.
right, but
And so we have a folder with all of the results in that folder for the members of the strategic planning.
Okay, and that folder is digital?
It's, yep, in the folder.
Okay, well, that answered that, thank you.
So all the members of that committee had access to that data when it was collected? Okay.
Another question I have is, when you're talking about restorative discipline practices, and then the data sets, discipline policies, and student handbooks, did you have the opportunity to really drill down into how our policies regarding hate speech and bullying might be inconsistent throughout the district, or was that not anything you particularly had information, or you didn't get that information?
We didn't get that specific as a full committee. The subcommittee that looked at that part looked at the handbook and the behavioral data. And then the hate speech issue is exactly what my colleague Crystal Bravo and I addressed at the middle school, working with the staff to really understand their understanding of what hate speech is, and then help them talk through what are some ways that they can address it in a proactive way, and that's what we mean by restorative practices, so that there's an educational component to the interactions that staff have with students regarding hate speech and bullying.
Okay, and that was just specific to the middle school, you didn't have?
That was the need that came to us, and then in June, we have a plan to do a similar workshop with staff from the elementary and high schools.
Okay, thank you. And then I was looking at the bar graph showing the National Honor Society participation and then extracurricular participation by gender. In your assessment and your disaggregation of all the information, did you have conversations about ways to encourage more participation, specifically in math team? Because I know we've been working a lot on STEM and trying to encourage, a broad spectrum of participation. And to me, it's striking the difference in participation by gender, and we're just talking about two right now. I know it's a whole spectrum.
So for those who can't see the bar graph, it was 90% participation of boys on the math team.
Yeah, 97%,
girls.
I think.
And so one of the proposed actions from that subcommittee was to look at ways to expand participation and diversify the participation in the various clubs as well as National Honor Society. So that's a proposed action, and so in the action plan, that's when we'll get a little bit more specific.
I think a really important thing that I've always highlighted since I've been on the board, I'd like to get you guys' thoughts and what kind of, when I read through I need to read through it a little bit deeper, but I did over the weekend read over the written report and what kinds of things that we can do to encourage students who aren't from Wolfeboro to participate in some of those more academically challenging organizations organizations, leadership opportunities, entering into higher level courses? What can we start doing to foster that on the lower level, the lower grade levels, I should say, so then, it's not just Wolfeboro children populating most of those opportunities.
Yeah, one of the things that came up is just communication among guidance counselors, so that guidance counselors and then also families from all of the towns get the same information. That was the proposed action of standardize the communication, make sure that we know who is communicating with whom. That's okay, you want to speak to it further.
And I was just going to add, we had a very specific conversation about really thinking about being deliberate about starting those conversations younger. So that it's not a last minute conversation.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we, talking about expanding that down or kind of pushing that down so that, families are hearing about it earlier about, if you want to do this, get it, pursue honors courses and things like that. And also digging in, so we saw the data, the numbers there, but really trying to do some more deep dives into, okay, so theoretically every student has access to every class, so then why do we see those numbers? What is it about, what is it that leads to those numbers, hearing from actual students and families?
I guess I'd give myself a follow-up. I was almost going to ask for a follow-up. How might parental involvement maybe be a factor in that? How could we get parents maybe more involved in that guidance process in those schools, schools outside of Wolfeboro, so then they understand those opportunities and might encourage their children to take on those academic challenges?
So that's exactly the type of question that we ask to looking into the action plan. And so that we can be specific, because what we may say for one town may not be true for the other. So for me to give a very general suggestion, to be really general. And so we want this truly to be tailored. We want your actions to have impact. And so for us to make a big theoretical, this is something that worked in, Boston Public Schools, well, that may work for you or not. So certainly that's why the task force and working in collaboration is a big part of that work. But that's the exact type of question, and that's what we want to hear. So thank you for that.
Okay. Beth, you have a question?
So those specific questions, like beyond parental involvement, things like logistics. I mean, New Durham is 20 minutes away from Wolfeboro.
Transportation is a huge issue.
Okay, so those are the questions that will be asked for the action plan moving forward, and we're not there yet, right?
They're built into the action plan. It hasn't happened yet, and also now knowing the budget parameters, that's also going to be a factor as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any additional? Mary, you have a question, comment?
No, a comment, yes, thank you. I heard you say the words, or both of you, alignment, I think count at least 3 times. And I always think about it in biology books, in the dissection of a frog, and you finally put it all together, and, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Having been on the strategic plan, the focus group, there was one particular high school student, and he or she may have just grew in his self-importance of only one like me and value my voice. I remember that vividly, so I appreciate what you're doing, and I know that nothing is an event, it's part of this process. So I guess my comment is a comment. Thank you for doing the work, and I appreciate everybody who's part of this and the families. And I think sometimes with the surveys, it's just like, because it's optional, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, hold on.
Tom, you have a question?
And with surveys too, I think the more students, staff, community members can see the result of the survey. We're making this decision based on the information that we have, and so if we hear your voice, then that will impact the decision. If we don't hear your voice, then speak up next time.
Am I correct in the fact that the statistics that you used were statistics that our district collected before you got here?
Some of them were, yes. Some of them were state surveys. Some of them were district surveys that were done last year. And then others were ways that we dug into the data more specifically, like the course enrollment. That and the handbook and the discipline data, that was this year. So it was a mix.
Okay. In looking at data, I don't know how deeply you would have looked into, say, our district data. Did you find that the data was as rigorous as you needed it to be?
I think the biggest challenge that the team felt was feeling as though we weren't hearing from as many voices as we would like to. And so I think that's where an ongoing practice of collecting feedback and then using that feedback to inform action will ensure the rigor, if you will, of the data collection and use process.
Thank you very much.
Any additional comments or questions? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
The board's okay with it. I'd like us to have a 5 to 10 minute recess just to give everyone a breather, and also people who want to escape, you can run now. Next is the non-academic surveys. We have 2 that the superintendent's going to present to us.
Thank you. So the first non-academic survey, so these have to be board approved because they're proposed by an individual or a program that is external to the district. So this person, although she's a teacher at the high school, she is conducting this research as part of her CAGS program at New England College. So she is requesting to conduct this survey of students regarding attendance and feelings about an attendance policy. So this document that you have in here, they are required to be opt-in, so parents have to opt them in or they're not included in the research project. And this has already been reviewed by their internal review board of New England College. So I would ask the board for a motion to approve the content and implementation of the survey as presented.
I'll make them. Oh, and I'll second. Yeah. So motion by Dr. Betts, seconded by me. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Kathy, once you're ready, if you could please call the roll.
Tom?
Aye.
Dr. Jim?
Aye.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
Aye.
Dr. Beth?
Yes.
Danielle?
Aye.
Nate?
Yes.
Brody?
Aye. Motion passes. We'll move on to a program request.
Thank you. So the program is Schools Out. So this is the annual survey that they are required to conduct for their funding for the 21st Century Community Learning Center 21st CCLC program, Schools Out at Ossipee Central School. So this survey and the letter would go out to parents and guardians. It's an optional non-academic survey to 3rd through 6th grade after-school participants during their after-school academic support club between April 14th and June 15th. It's required as part of this grant. So we'd ask the board for approval for this, for the content and implementation of this survey as presented.
So moved. Oh, second. Moved by Dr. Jim, seconded by me. Any discussion? I just want to say I think this is one of our more, not one of our more important, but a very valuable program, especially for Ossipee families in their community. So always very happy when we see this and that they're re-upping the program. Yep.
Mr. Chair, could you give a real quick explanation of what it is?
Schools Out, to my understanding, is an after-school program. They provide like snacks and other things, and it's just like enrichment activities that they do and support for students who need after-school care. So it's very important, and especially childcare is expensive and it's tough to find, especially in rural areas in New Hampshire. So Schools Out provides a very valuable service. And correct me if I'm wrong, it's majority, if not all, funded through the grant.
It's fully grant funded or through donation.
Fully grant, and I think the town of Ospey will raise a warrant article to fund it too. So he has some skin in the game. They get donations and they get these federal grant funds, and the federal grant funds flow through our school district because it happens at Ospey Central School.
Okay.
So any additional questions or discussion? Hearing none, Kathy, you can call the roll, please.
Tom?
Aye.
Dr. Jim?
Aye.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
Aye.
Dr. Beth?
Yes.
Danielle? Yes. Nate?
Yes.
Brody?
Aye. Next, we'll move on to the CLS crowdfunding request.
Yes, thank you. Per GWRSD School Board Policy DFGA crowdfunding, we are bringing this request to you for the Crescent Lake School to use an online fundraising source for the upcoming 2025 Otter Fun Run event held at Crescent Lake School. So the request is in your packet. I believe the students also, if they raise over a certain dollar amount, the principal would dye his hair blue. So, oh, that's different. That's not part of
Did I not
the
change that?
That's not part of, oh, okay, my mistake. No, all seriousness, asking for the board's approval of this online crowdfunding request.
I'll make the motion to approve it and encourage the CLS principal to dye his hair.
Second.
So the motion is to approve this and encourage Mr. Beaverstock to dye his hair blue. They're seconded by Mary. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
I would just say, under the circumstances, I would prefer that Mr. Beaverstock dye his hair Kingswood green.
I was thinking CLS Otters, but Kingswood Green is nice too.
Otter would be brown.
It's already brown.
That's
We're
what
at the
I'm
dye. Oh. Anyways, is there any discussion? Hearing none, Kathy, we can call the roll once you're ready.
Tom?
Yes.
Dr. Jim?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
Aye.
Dr. Beth?
Yes, I like teal.
Danielle?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Brody?
Aye. Next is the school board meeting calendar for a policy we adopted at this meeting.
That's right. I would just draw the board's attention to the proposed 25-26 school board meeting calendar. We looked at the calendar very carefully, and most meetings are the first Monday, but due to some vacations and holidays, we have a couple that were moved to the second Monday, and we have that for the board's approval.
I'll make a motion to accept the calendar, the schedule as presented.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Tom?
Yes.
Dr. Jim?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
Aye.
Dr. Beth?
Yes.
Danielle? Deb? Nate?
Yes.
Brody?
Aye. And last thing is our end of year information.
Thank you. So I already shared the last day of school information for students and staff. We've provided the board with end of year events. This is information for you. There are some still to be determined, some dates to be determined. However, we always share a spreadsheet with the board. You can indicate if there are events you'd like to attend, and then it's a nice way to have board representation, at events, and which doesn't have someone who's signed up yet. So we've shared that with the board, and for your information, and you may use it or not. Concludes my report.
I think the only thing I'll flag is on May 5th, I believe our joint boards meeting will start at 6. Is that when it starts? Because I noticed, I just want to point out that our regular school board meeting will be 7:30 usually. We really make it tight when we leave to our board meeting, so
I'm sorry.
the joint boards meeting.
In May. Oh, right.
Yeah, so just flagging, joint boards meeting starts at 6, where we have our LRTC, we accept federal grants, and our regular board meeting is gonna be at 7:30, so we're not as rushed as we meet with those other boards and their representatives. And we'll have our annual LRTC update, which is one of my favorite. See Kathy Tatro out there, one of my favorite meetings of the year, because they give us.
I do have one.
We're preparing a unique presentation this year, so to be determined. So I do have one more.
Oh yeah, we added it, yep, that's right.
Girls ice hockey.
Thank you. Go ahead, yes, please.
So I shared with you a memo and also a letter from our athletic director regarding adding Plymouth Regional High School to the existing girls ice hockey cooperative team, currently comprised of Kingswood Regional High School and Prospect Mountain High School. So this new co-op agreement is being developed in compliance with NHRA guidelines and will enable all 3 schools to field a single girls ice hockey team for interscholastic competition. I have included a proposed motion for the board.
Does anyone have any, I had a question, go ahead, Shirley.
Well, I'll make the motion first and then we have discussion.
Go right ahead.
I move that we approve the addition of Plymouth Regional High School to the girls ice hockey cooperative team. Currently comprised, no, it's not comprised of, it's composed of. Currently composed of Kingswood Regional High School and Prospect Mountain High School.
Second.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? I had a comment and a question. Do you want to go first, Shani?
I would like to, if you don't mind. I think my question might mirror yours. I am all for supporting this. This sounds like just a wonderful opportunity. But my question has to do with the fact that all of the responsibilities for transportation, officiating fees, and it looks as if all of the financial responsibilities are being placed on our school district. And I'm just wondering how in the world, under default budget, are we going to be able to meet that expectation?
That was my question too, and what I was gonna ask is there any way we can base it off of, take the total cost and break it down per student athlete for each school district to pay for? I mean, I imagine we are the lion's share of the students and athletes, but I feel as if those other school districts should be paying a portion for their student. I don't know how difficult that is to cost out. Go ahead.
So transportation to and from practices will be the responsibility of families. So we're not incurring that cost. Practices, the rental fees are in the default budget. So the contract that we have this year is still in the budget for next year. The students currently, according to our athletic director, who are interested from Plymouth, there are 3. So there are 3 girls from Plymouth who are interested in joining our team. They have registration fees and they're responsible for their jerseys and equipment. They are responsible for their own. And I'm trying to think of other costs.
Transportation to away games.
I want to flag on the front page in the letter from the athletic director.
Yeah.
On the 3rd bullet, it says Kingswood would take on the responsibility of paying for ice times, officials, and transportation. However, if needed, Kingswood may request funds from the other 2 schools. I think we shall be requesting funds from those schools, and I think it should be based on the number of student athletes each school district has on the sports team. That's my understanding that typically how cooperative teams do fund, especially hockey teams, because they're a little bit more, what's the word? They happen a little bit more throughout the state. It's a lot harder to find a pool of hockey players, especially in rural areas. So I think it would make sense for, there's 20 girls on the team, 15% of it is paid by Plymouth Regional School District because they have 3 students on it. right? So, I mean, I think that would be a more fair, it might be a small amount of money, but I think that's just the most fair way to do it, is everyone pays a kind of a per pupil, per student athlete cost, knowing what the total cost will be, and even if it's kind of after the fact, once we get that cost at the end of the season, to say, okay, it costs this much to operate the team, and your students made up 15% of the team, so please pay for your share. That's my personal opinion. I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a question, so are you suggesting that the students should cover the ice time?
No, the sending school, the school district.
So the sending districts should split the ice time?
Not split, but per capita.
Proportionally.
Proportionally, exactly.
So certainly I can reach out to the athletic director to reach out to those districts. I will say that it's my understanding that to add this to agenda review was due to deadlines by NHIAA. So there may not be time to have it approved by other school districts at their school board meetings in time for the NHIAA deadline, just for the board's information.
Go ahead, Charlie.
I'd also like to point out that in the memo from the superintendent, it says that Kingswood will assume primary responsibilities for transportation to away games. And so I would like that to, in this, whatever this agreement is, I would like it to reflect, similarly to what Brody had mentioned, I would like it to be not that Kingswood will assume financial responsibility, but that financial responsibility for transportation to away games will be shared proportionately. And on the third bullet that Brody had drawn our attention to, I would like to strike the two words, if needed, in the third bullet, where it's talking about Kingswood's financial responsibility. I'd like to strike in the second sentence, if needed, and say that, however, Kingswood will.
Yeah, Charlene, so this is just Vaughn's letter, so we're not approving his letter. This isn't like an agreement,
Well,
it's just Vaughn sending it to
But
us. So-
he's outlining an agreement. So yes, it's his letter, but his letter is explaining the agreement. And so I could happily support this agreement if we make sure that all of the sending schools are sharing the cost proportionately, because we're in the default budget. And that's why I want to strike if needed, because you had suggested that we strike may and insert will. And so I would like to strike if needed.
Is there a motion on the floor? I'm going to make a motion that we approve this cooperative sports team. There is a motion?
Yeah, this motion, the proposed motion was
Yeah.
Charlene and Tom.
Okay.
I think that to get to the spirit of what Charlene's seeking, we could amend the motion to include an equitable division of those costs identified in that third bullet point potentially.
I prefer the term proportional.
Proportional is fine.
Equitable would probably be very difficult to define.
That's fine.
The situation.
I am happy to amend my motion to reflect Dr. Beth's excellent suggestion.
Would that require a second?
I think it would require Tom to agree.
It's not so long.
Was it your motion? And I thought I made the motion. Yeah.
Charlene made the motion, Tom seconded. I can't run it.
Did you agree to amend the motion? So there's, I know.
Hold on. I think there's important information the superintendent wants to share with us, I think, relevant to the amended motion.
So what I'm hearing is that the board is interested in having some kind of cost share that we can research, and we can ask the other two districts how they can contribute to the team. And so, we don't have those numbers for you here today. And I fear that if there's a motion saying that, you'll approve this team, under certain conditions, that we do not have time to have those school boards approve the same, because as of now, Prospect Mountain and Kingswood, we have an established co-op team. They've been playing all year. And so if we now institute a contribution, a payment requirement, it would have to have been done previously, because to establish the co-op team has a deadline, I think it's May 9th, for school boards, and then it goes to NHIAA on May 9th. So I fear that if that amendment is in place, or that motion is in place, that the whole team will not run next year.
Go ahead. May I, is it not implied in that caveat sentence, the shall, may, whatever one, sorry. In other words, we can move forward with it. We can move forward with it because of that line that says we might have to ask you for money.
That's how I feel too, and I feel as if there wasn't a motion on the floor. The motion I would make would be to approve the team as presented and to request to enter into a cost-sharing MOU with the other districts.
I have a question. There's no date on this memo from the athletic director. Was this generated before the budget failed and we wound up in a default budget? Because have Kingswood and Prospect Mountain been cost sharing in their agreement, or have we been, or has our district been paying for everything?
Oh yeah, go ahead, sorry.
So I don't think that Prospect Mountain is contributing. For us to even hold a team, we needed to, so the coach came to this board a couple years ago to make this proposal at Tufton Borough. And the proposal was such that, you know, let's have a girls' ice hockey team and invite Prospect Mountain, or else we won't have a team. And they don't have ice anyway, so they have to get their girls, their student athletes, up to Pop Whalen to have practices. So it was, and still is, you know, a win-win situation for us, because we have the facility, we have the buses, and they have more players. So they're really just enriching our teams without costing us any money, because we wouldn't have a team anyway. So we want to have a team, we need them. This addition is adding 3 more girls and not adding additional money, not adding additional costs for us. As far as the away games, it's a good question. We're providing the transportation, but there are just stops here, you know, at Pop Whalen, at our high school, at Prospect Mountain, and whatever else makes sense. So I don't see a lot of, I don't see extra cost items necessarily to add Plymouth to this team. But certainly if the board would like us to, you know, research different ways that the other districts can contribute, we can report back to the board with that information. You know, if you approve this cooperative tonight, we can come back to you in the fall and bring you that information after we have had the opportunity to reach out to those school boards, if that's the will of this board.
So this particular budget item, because it's a continuation of a program, would be part of the default budget.
That's right. Yeah.
And so it's covered in that.
That's right. Yeah. I'm inclined first, at this point now, after this discussion, after additional information from administrators, to support the proposal, and for us, probably, I would hope around our August meeting, not wait until we get into the fall, but for us to ask those other districts to consider a cost-sharing MOU. So figure out how exactly we want to cost share. And I think it's pretty typical for a cost share based on like per pupil, per student athlete. But then again, we also might be good to see, now that the team has run for 3 years, you know, we can have 3 years of historical records of how much it did cost, so we can back up our.
3 years? I thought you said
Is it 2 or 3?
I think it ran for 1 year. 1 year? Maybe 2? I think it's just 1 year.
Is this the first time?
Is it 2 years now? They've had 2 seasons?
2 seasons. Two?
We've had 2 seasons.
Okay, so we have some numbers where we can look at, hey, this is how much it's cost, and I think that's more than fair, but I wouldn't want us to risk losing our girls' hockey team. I think it's really important. I think it's what's fair. You know, the boys can field the hockey team. We're gonna make sure the girls can field the hockey team too, so. I don't know what the current motion is on the floor.
It's just as written with the word composed in place of comprise.
So is that the current motion is?
I think it was.
I'll withdraw my amendment. You're okay. I made an amendment.
Yeah.
And
So
first
Tom
I
has
made
to
the motion,
withdraw
and then I
his.
amended it, and then I'm willing to withdraw the amendment. And you're going to correct comprise to compose. Sorry.
Would it make sense to at least have in the motion some little, blurb about, with the intent to seek cost sharing?
Yes.
I think that's fine. I mean, yeah.
Okay, so I'll restate what I think the motion is. I move to approve the addition of Plymouth Regional High School to the girls' ice hockey cooperative team currently composed of Kingswood Regional High School and Prospect Mountain High School, with the understanding that we will seek cost sharing.
Yeah.
To defray our costs.
Okay.
Is that our proportional cost sharing?
We're going to bring you all.
Whatever cost, we'll see what we can get, but I'll second your motion with the cost sharing.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any additional discussion?
I just think this is an excellent example of access and opportunity and removing barriers. It might be kind of aligned with a strategic plan.
I would agree. Any other discussion? Hearing none, Kathy, if you call the roll once you're ready, please.
Tom?
Aye.
Dr. Jim?
Yeah.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
Aye.
Dr. Beth?
Yes.
Danielle?
Aye.
Nate?
Yes.
Brody?
Aye. And the motion passes, and does that end?
And finally, it's the report.
I have my report, but I think my report is very quick, so let's get that done. There we go. It's on funny colored paper tonight. So I had correspondence with 2 staff members, both on the passing of immediate family members, and so we expressed sympathy to both of them, and I have nothing else to add to my report. So we'll move on. And next will be committee reports, academic affairs. Oh yeah.
Are you all set?
Go right ahead.
Okay, so obviously, as I stated earlier, the first order of business is housekeeping. I would like a motion from one of my committee members to approve all of the policies we discussed for bringing to the full board.
So moved.
For first reading. Well, one of them is first and second emergency, but bringing it to the full board.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Say aye, please.
Aye.
Leader votes aye.
Oh wait, I'm not supposed to vote, sorry. I voted.
Are you
Don't
on
count
the-
that.
Are you on the committee now? Okay.
No, I'm not.
So there is a memo, let me flip back over. Or since I don't have it right in front of me just yet, Heather, could you read the memo about why we need to waive? I got it, right here. Okay, I'll read it. Okay. Assuming my voice holds out. Based on the recommendation from Will Phillips, New Hampshire School Board Association attorney, we advise the board to waive the second reading requirement in order to promptly adopt updated Title IX policies in response to recent legislative changes. According to GWRSD School Board Policy BG, board policy process, the board has the authority to waive the second reading limitation
in situations of unusual or unexpected urgency and take immediate action to adopt or revise policies. We recommend exercising this waiver to adopt the 2020 versions of the following policies as previously approved by the board. Policy AC, non-discrimination, equal opportunity employment and anti-discrimination plan. ACAA, harassment and sexual harassment of students. And ACAB, harassment of school employees. This can be accomplished through 2 motions as proposed below. Your prompt action and support in this matter are greatly appreciated. Would anyone like to make the proposed motion?
I move to waive the second meeting limitation in order to take immediate action to adopt a new policy or revise an existing policy as allowed in school board policy BG board policy process.
Second. Dr. Jim.
Is there any discussion?
About these policies, correct?
No, about the
waiving-
current motion
waiving.
to, I always just ask by standard if there's any discussion, even if there probably shouldn't be discussion, because you never know who wants discussion. We're very talkative board. It's like my cat. She just talks a lot. We call the roll, please. Sorry, I think I'm going crazy. I'm so tired.
Tom?
Yes.
Dr. Jim?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
Aye.
Dr. Beth?
Yes.
Danielle? Aye. Nate?
Yes.
Brody?
Aye. All right. We got another.
And to move things along, I'll make the proposed motion. I move for emergency approval of school board policies AC, non-discrimination, equal opportunity employment and anti-discrimination plan, ACAA, harassment and sexual harassment of students, and ACAB, harassment of school employees as presented.
Second.
I have a question.
Ask away.
So I keep reading this, and I try to make sense of it. On AC, page 3 of 8, second paragraph beginning with harassment, definition. Harassment generally refers to the use of words or engaging in behaviors that annoy, threaten, intimidate, or demean a person without a legitimate purpose. What would a legitimate purpose be to demean, threaten, annoy, intimidate? Or is it the person that doesn't have a legitimate purpose? Help me understand that.
Both of those are true, and you can remove it. This is language.
This is the recommended language from the attorney based on the way the law is written, so it's certainly the board's prerogative to strike unnecessary language
What is
as they see fit.
Sorry. What? You said page 8.
Three of eight.
Oh, I thought you said page 8.
Sorry,
I was
3 of
like,
8, definition of harassment. I think if we just eliminate without a legitimate purpose, unless somebody could come up with a legitimate purpose to demean a person.
That's a good point. Good catch.
Well, I'm not hearing it, yeah, go ahead.
The only thing I could think of is if it was like meant to distinguish between like a different, worse kind of this behavior, but I think it can be struck. I'm with you, Mary.
I can't imagine there.
I'm okay with striking that verbiage. I mean, I don't think we need to beat a dead horse on it. I agree. That verbiage has no legitimate purpose, so.
Yeah.
Yes. In both cases.
Doesn't add to the policy, and ambiguous language is never good for policy or law. So. Are we accepting these? We're accepting these as a bulk, right?
These 3.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, these 3 as a bulk. Okay. Is there any additional discussion on any of these 3 policies? No? Do you have anything to add, Charlene?
No, I was just going to say that was my one, but okay.
Okay. Let's have a vote, please.
Tom?
Yes.
Dr. Jim?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
Aye.
Dr. Beth?
Yes.
Danielle?
Yeah.
Nate?
Yes.
Brody?
Aye. Next is, do you have a recommended for reaffirmation?
Up for first read, as you can see, we have recommended for reaffirmation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 policies.
And since this is just first read, if anyone had anything just jump out at them, would you like to give us that information at this point?
Is this only the reaffirmation?
Yeah, right now we just do reaffirmation.
Yeah, I had a concern. And my concern is my KHC, my annual plan. Let me see. Get my paperwork in order. I'm missing something. But I just find it hard to believe. Here it is. KHC.
It's the last one in this book.
It's the left, where?
KHC is it's just before for revision.
It's a distribution of promotional and/or commercial materials. And there are nonprofits who serve youth sports or other extracurricular activities throughout our school district where they can't send simple flyers to our school's children or offer them freely. And I'll give you an example of the way our policy ties. My personal belief ties our administrators' hands. The Kingswood Youth Football and Cheer, a handout asking if people would like to join. This can't be distributed in our school district. And I just think there has to be a more innovative way to work with these nonprofits to provide a vital opportunities to our students that cultivate opportunities. We just talked about students from outlying towns who have less opportunities in Wolfeboro. Well, it's because I know many of these organizations that are based in Wolfeboro, it's easier for them to find these parents, to find them on our Wolfeboro community page on Facebook, but they struggle to outreach to the other towns, and these students get to middle school and high school and they've had no experience being involved in football. It's harder to make the team because it has cuts. They're not involved as much in cheer. And I think there has to be a way for organizations that are nonprofits in good standing with the Secretary of State's office that they're able to get, that they can send out their flyers. And I'll give you a prime example. While they can do it at the open houses in the fall, this spring, every single Little League will be trying to find students who want to be involved. And there are no open houses in the spring. So all the spring activities are shut out from being able to table and have access to these families. And these are important building blocks of maturation for our children. I just think we have a policy that's just a little bit too rigid. And I understand it's been this way for a long time, but the number of parents and folks who run these organizations, who by the way, they'll offer scholarships, let children participate for free, that can't get their message out, can't say, do you want to be a part of Kingswood Youth Football and Cheer? Do you want to be our next Kingswood Night we'll watch on Friday night? I feel as a board, we got to be a little bit more flexible. That's just, every single time this policy comes up, I give that diatribe. That is just my personal, strongly felt opinion that we should be partners with these organizations, not say, oh, sorry, we're not going to help you with any of that, that's your problem. And these are our kids. I don't know.
Could I make a motion for discussion? Perhaps we bring this back to the committee.
It's first reading. It's first reading, yeah.
I would be more than happy, though, to second a motion to send it back to committee, even though it's for first read, because it's not going to, we're not changing the policy at this point, and I think it's important.
I think before you do that, we need to hear from Heather Cummings, because, oops, sorry.
Years ago, when we were on when I was on academic affairs and this came before us, you presented a very compelling rationale for this particular policy, written the way it is, which is why, as one board member, I have been reluctant to reopen the can of worms. So I'm hoping that you can provide some of your insight so that there's a better understanding about why we have this policy the way it is.
So in 2013, the board was, this policy came up because we had an organization that was frustrated with the fact, not school affiliated, frustrated with the fact that we would not send multiple flyers home throughout the year with children across the district. And so the board at the time felt that the conversation ensued that kids are not the couriers of the community's
programs and offerings, and that it wasn't equal access for all students. So things that had a cost, you know, $75 for registration, it wasn't fair in terms of access and equity to be asking kids to send that home only for the parents to be put in the position of having to say, we can't afford that. So it was, I'm sure you remember Charlene and Dr. Jim, it was a couple of meetings. We had some pretty heated public input from the individual at the time. And so the board landed on this policy as it is written to discourage children from essentially being the go-between for organizations. However, with respect to Brody's point, I'm the one who approves the flyers coming into the SAU, and it is a challenge when it is a community organization that is benefiting or supporting our young children in the communities. They are not school affiliated necessarily, they're community, you know, whether it's Cal Ripken baseball or Kingswood football. And we've had to stay true to the policy the way it was adopted and say you can post only. And so I can appreciate the access piece that Brody raised, but that's the history.
I really appreciate that. And I just think there's a way to make the policy work where it respects not over inundating children with this paperwork, but it's just when Kingswood Youth Football and Cheer in August says we want to distribute our one flyer, and we, you know, maybe tell them we need to offer, you know, some free spots or say that there's scholarships available. I'm not opposed to having some caveats saying you can't, you know, you have to offer scholarships if families in need, and making sure that there's guardrails, like you need to show us that you're a nonprofit in good standing. But it's just, we got to be partners with these folks. And just in our equity presentation we got tonight, you know, the equity audit, that's one of our biggest shortcomings, was that collaboration with those partners and communication with those organizations. I feel as if it meets directly in our strategic plan and offering opportunities sooner to these students, not waiting until they get to middle school, which is where we have those disparities. And this policy is just one of those things where, while well-intentioned, has unintended consequences that has, you know, ramifications long-term for these students. So,
could I offer as a early parting gift to the district that I would love to look at my 12 years worth of notes, and Kathy L. has helped me organize it, and offer before second read an updated version that incorporates some of this conversation, if you would allow me to do that.
What's the rest of the board think?
I could support that as long as included in the policy is the requirement that any activities, any organizations that wish to send information home with students are free to all students. Because we're talking about equity, and you know, your point was well taken, that if there are students who take these things home, and if there's a fee attached, then their parents may not be able to fulfill that. And I think looking at scholarships and whatnot can become onerous, because it requires parents to, I would guess, submit financial statements and whatnot. So I would be okay as long as we require that they're only nonprofit groups and that participation is free for all students.
Question. How are the schools, the respective schools, principals and PTOs enlisted in this outreach from these respective?
Everything that gets distributed to students, the principals send on to the SAU for review, or ask the organizer to send it to us.
But then could it go back to this?
If it gets approved, for example, to Charlene's point, if there's a cost associated, even for post only, if there's a cost associated, we send it back to the organization, even if they're a nonprofit, and say if there's a cost, it has to say financial assistance, you know, or scholarships available, even to post, and then it goes back as approved from Kathy L.
So to avoid the students being the mules for these pieces of paper, I shouldn't have said mules.
Yeah, I don't like like the
mules.
term mules,
I
because
want a
mules
mule.
has
Actually,
negative
what I want
connotations.
is a wee donkey. Okay, so.
We can use parents
Can it
there.
not go to the parents, to the schools, the PTOs, and they, the PTOs don't want
PTOs generally do send things to the SAU for approval as well.
I know, but then back to distributing out to the community. I'm gonna stop talking.
I mean, I have my note from Christmas Eve 2023, 9 in the morning, to say that I want this policy updated, and I've been waiting for it to come around, and it finally came around, and I don't always want to derail the meetings, but this one matters to me. So I think I would really appreciate the rest of the board consider these stakeholders and work with the administrative staff to get this policy to a place where it's workable for the district and those nonprofits that support our students and provide opportunities to everyone. So, let's see.
Thanks. So as this like goes forward, it gets back to committee, my only concern would be that so it says nonprofit groups that serve children of the district. I feel like that might be a little broad. You could be a 503 like organization and say that, and work with children and say you serve children. And I think we have to be careful that if we're opening it up to nonprofits, what are we potentially, like what material is going to appear to have been endorsed by the school? So that's my only caveat, but thank you.
Can I hear that? Is there any motions we need to make?
Do you want to task me with going back and?
Do we want a motion to task Heather and our administrative task to bring recommended revisions for KHC for our next meeting? I'll second.
You just moved it, Mary?
Yeah, Mary moved and I seconded it.
I'm going to vote against the motion because I think it's unnecessary and I think it will create a slippery slope for various organizations who, I'm just thinking that, organizations, if they're a nonprofit organization, it's hard for me to understand how they're charging families, but I don't want any organization who charges a fee being able to just send stuff home with our kids.
And I do just want to flag one thing that was flagged to me by some of those organizations. Currently, every Parks and Rec department can send home their pamphlets, and they do every year, with events and other activities that require a fee. So just because they're a governmental institution, they're allowed to send home flyers and not even offer scholarships. But there are organizations that offer free services, free activities to these kids that are prohibited. And I guess that's just the discretion that I have. I deeply respect what you're saying, Charlene, and I want a policy that doesn't create a slippery slope, but I just see two different standards, and I don't like two different standards.
Well, I think that's an excellent point, and maybe what we need to do is revise the policy to state that the only material sent home with students and other governmental agencies must be for activities that do not require a fee.
I think that would just make it so every Parks and Rec department can't send home stuff.
It would also make it so that the Cub Scouts could never send home a flyer, because technically there's a registration fee associated with that program, even though in our PAC, every child has had their registrations waived because we do fundraising and work with each family diligently and have scholarships. So I would suggest that we look at the point 4 in this policy and maybe increase the potential frequency at which flyers could be sent home, so an additional cadence perhaps. And I would trust Heather to do a revision if she has 12 years of notes to look at.
I may be exaggerating, but I do have several.
I would love to see that revision.
Is there any additional comments? Kathy, you can call the roll once you're ready.
Tom?
Yes.
Dr. Jim?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Charlene?
Aye.
Dr. Beth?
Yes.
Danielle?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Brody?
Aye. Next is buildings and maintenance. Oh, sorry, did we miss a section? Yeah. I thought we did all of them.
Well, you're the one that brought it.
I know, I
Okay, so this is first read and mostly for the community's benefit. The next section we're looking at is recommended for revision. First read, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we have a boatload. Okay, I'll zip through quickly. BDE, board committees, JLCA, physical examinations of students, JLCB, immunizations and tests, JLCC, communicable infectious diseases. Excuse me. Having back-to-back illnesses. JLCE, first aid and emergency medical care, JLCF, student wellness activity, JLCK, special physical health needs of students, JLD, school counseling services, JLDBA, behavior management and intervention, JLIA, supervision of students, JLIE, student automobile use, JRV, directory information and student records, KA, school community home relations, KFA, public conduct on school property, KH, solicitations, KI, visitors to school, LDA, student teachers and interns, and LEB, advanced coursework / advanced placement courses. And I would ask, even though this is first read, if anyone had anything that jumped out at them that they would like us to consider for revision.
I don't have any suggestions for revision, but I'll draw the board's attention and just to let the public know that we're looking at BDE because we're adding Community Relations Committee back to the board structure as part of this walk.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, and then recommended for withdrawal, we have DIAA, Student Activities Account, and JLA, Student Insurance Program. Any pertinent things that jumped out to anyone on the board that they would like to bring up now, knowing that we'll be voting on these at our next meeting? Hearing none, I do want to say we had a very robust discussion and wonderful information provided at our school board meeting about the reassessment plan at the high school. And we had a couple of parents who had their questions answered. And I would just like to say that, bless you. I would just like to say that if you have any other information about how this is going to work, I would direct you to Dr. Hills. And one of the things I was interested in hearing about is that we had a conversation about our concern that the students who are able to retake tests, also known as reassessing, was limited in this pilot program to students who earn less than a 75% on a summative assessment. And the committee felt that that was not a good example of equitable access for all students, and that there were indeed classrooms who had, or teachers who had signed up to be part of the pilot program, but when they saw this, this limitation, they decided that they would not participate in the program. And so I think that that's going to be something that is addressed, because we have concerns that students who have earned higher than a 75% or have already reassessed were not able to do that. And so we felt that, you know, all students should have that opportunity. And we received a really a good information about a new course name at the high school. It's going to be an elective for half a credit. And it's a course, titled Inclusive Leadership. And if you want to get further information about it, you can always call the SAU. And that concludes my report.
Excellent. All right. I think I might read the committee assignments now. For feedback, obviously.
Do we have to move them, all of them, to second read? Except for the first three?
If you guys want to, you can make a motion to move all the policies for first read.
They've already been, you don't make a motion. You don't have to.
Yeah, I don't think we have to.
Okay. Is that okay with the board, though? I think after reviewing some of the committees, I have a tentative for wanting to receive feedback, though, from everyone. I saw Charlie Newham wrote me something. If you could also email that to me, just so I don't lose it. So for academic affairs, I had Tom Bickford, Mary Shilrith, Dr. Beth Scheckler, and then an opening. For buildings and maintenance, I had Dr. Jim Manning, an opening, Charlene Seibel and Daniel Van Dusen. For finance, I had myself, Charlene Seibel, Daniel Van Dusen, and Nate Williams. For human resources, I had myself, Mary Shilrith, Dr. Beth Scheckler, and Nate Williams. And for community relations, I had Tom Bickford, Jim Manning, Charlene Seibel, and Dr. Beth Scheckler. And so what I did, kind of my logic was by putting Charlene and Dr. Jim on 3 committees, because we now have more committees, that they will be able to impart their wisdom and historical knowledge with the board on some things. And I felt as if we've had people who've developed enough experience in academic affairs where they didn't need a long tenured board member at this point. So that was kind of my logic in formulating the committees, is trying to have a good balance of long tenured board members, newer board members, and board members who are also looking to take on new leadership roles. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I would just like to point out, as I stated earlier, and I know that I would think you would be a man of your word, I have served on human resources before, and I have been involved in negotiations before. I have never served on finance, ever, and I do not consider myself to be someone with enough of a financial acumen that I would bring anything to that committee.
I think your strong opinion on the budget this past year kind of made me think you might have an interest in reviewing the budget during earlier stages and having influence over what the product is that the entire board votes on. So
since you're assigning people to 3 committees, I would request respectfully that you reconsider and allow me to serve on human resources, especially because you made a comment earlier this evening, and I explained that I felt that one of the reasons that I didn't want to have phone conversations is because I wanted to either have something in writing or a witness, and I'm very dismayed that apparently you have proven my premise, which is that because there were no witnesses and you didn't assure me in writing this time last year that I could serve on human resources. I think that has very well proven my point, unless you're willing to reconsider.
I respectfully disagree, and I'll take your comments under consideration. I think it's also important when you're a human resources team that everyone be working together.
That is important, and I also want to tell you that in my tenure on human resources, we never had to hire a lawyer to do our negotiating for us. So I think I could probably save the district some money because of my prior experience.
Entitled to your opinion, so you can under advisement. Does anyone else have any comments, I guess, while we're commenting on this item? All right. Oh.
Can I ask about the vacancies? Is that?
That would be the assumption of whoever we find from Tufton Borough, I would probably plug him in there. Because, I mean, that was kind of where Guy Pike was going to be, and then I found out, he said,
Yes,
yeah, we also had, it seems like yesterday. All right, so the reason why I announced that, though, is the folks who are currently on buildings and maintenance is the next meeting for the 16th of April at 2 o'clock. Is that still good? Or are you guys going to need to reschedule that? Okay. All right, the administration will be in touch with you. Finance, I have no update, or we're in default budget. We solved that problem as best we could tonight, and we'll work hard, and we'll get back out there and try to get the next budget passed. I went to every town that would let me present and did my darndest to try to get it over the hump, and we just couldn't, so it happens. It's not irregular. It was a tough, town meeting day was a tough day for a lot of SB2 communities and school districts. So. Human resources, we'll be negotiating the GWIA contract this upcoming fall. No updates now other than the contracts that we presented this year passed. And community relations ad hoc committee, you guys had a meeting. Does anyone have an update, or do you want to wait until the next meeting to provide such? Okay.
Yes, the Community Relations Committee met earlier tonight. We've been here for a long time. The current status is that we are working with the SAU toward scheduling a summit meeting for the PTOs throughout the district, which is exciting. We haven't done that in a long time. And we are also thinking about other activities related to how we would like to engage with the community and exploring options for how best to get messages out to them. Is that good? Okay. Yes, it was very prescient to the presentation regarding the equity audit. We feel like we are in a good vector and aligned with the district's priorities for the strategic plan.
All right, the moment we've all been waiting for. I entertain a motion to go into non-public in accordance with RSA 91-A for personnel. Oh, whoa, wait. That's what I just said. I entertain a motion to go into non-public. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Yes, advanced planning, future meeting dates, the 16th, tentatively Buildings and Maintenance Committee meeting at 2 p.m. SAU office. 28th of April through the 2nd of May, no school at spring recess. And May 5th, we have the joint boards meeting at LRTC and the school board meeting at KRMS. LRTC meeting starts at 6, KRMS meeting starts at 7:30. Calendar is subject to change, so go to GWRSD.org/calendar for the most up-to-date details. And then we have public input, 15 minutes, 3 minutes for individuals unless extended by a vote of the board. Is there any public input? Oh, Tisha. If you could please state your name and town of residence.
Sure. Wolfeboro. As someone who has been in the education field for 30 plus years, I would invite some board members or all the board members to go spend a morning in an elementary school classroom. Those children may have Chromebooks, but they're not heavily in use in elementary school, and there is never enough paper, ever, as someone who has bought hundreds of reams of paper myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was really good to stand up. I'm Kayla from Wolfeboro, and actually I had made notes on my phone before the meeting started about what I wanted to say, and I just wanted to say thank you, and it's ironic, because I wanted to point out that even though there's a budget freeze, and I appreciate all of you saying amazing staff, because that's what I was going to come up and say. My elementary kiddos have come home and they're like, we have a budget freeze, so we're doing homework on purple paper, and we're using whiteboards, and our teacher's dictating to us, and we're writing it down. So I applaud and appreciate all of you for getting creative and working through this, because that's how we get through, is together. So thank you, and thank you.
Donovan, member of the GWRSD district. Our towns should not matter. We're a community, we're a municipality all together. So when we separate and segregate out by town, that is one of the problems that we saw earlier in the meeting. We have to stop segregating our children and isolating them, and we are a community. I just wanted to ask a question because I did get here early and the agenda came out and it said that 7 o'clock was the public session. However, I walked into a meeting, a public meeting already happening. So I think that there were community members who got here afterwards. If you're going to start a meeting early, you really need to let the public know. The other thing I want to say is that what I witnessed this evening, when we talk about harassment and targeted harassment, there is a member on the school board who I believe has 2 children in the school, and to allude to the fact that that member would not have our district and our children in this district and moving forward for our district, your first act after being voted as chair, Mr. Deshays, was to attack another board member. And I think that's probably part of the reason why you were not so easily elected this evening, is because your first act was to attack. So please, please be considerate of the other board members, because that's the only way we move each other forward, is when we stop fighting each other and we work together. I am obviously here to readdress the AstroTurf field. I'm going to say that everybody in this room, I know that we want our children to be healthy. I know we want our community to be healthy. But the way this went down and the way this happened was not transparent. The way our superintendent handled this is not okay. The 91 A's and the stuff I have received did not give everybody the full picture of what you voted on. And the timeline, and if we follow the timeline, it shows me that we were given information and you were given information that was not accurate. And I'm just going to quickly go through the timeline as quickly as I possibly can, because I know I'm sorry. So on September 9th, during the buildings and maintenance report, and I'm just going to go off of the quick meeting minute notes, during that, there was a motion that the Buildings and Maintenance Committee instruct the SAU to hire an independent third-party company specializing in testing of artificial turf fields for toxins to provide the SAU with a comprehensive report of what specific toxins are currently in our AstroTurf field at Kingswood Regional High School. It was a unanimous vote. Then on October 7th, during the Building and Maintenance Committee meeting, Mr. Pittman, it says he also discussed turf toxicology reports that have been shared by a company that has tested turf materials similar to the Kingswood athletic turf. So that was problem number one, is that we didn't even test our own field, to which I know there was a bigger conversation and you said you were going to handle our field. Then we went to our November meeting. In our November meeting, member Charlene stated that she had some more names of state representatives to contact regarding the testing of our turf field. And Mr. Deshays, you reported that there was now $872,000 saved for a new turf field. And there is compelling evidence that can be replaced with safe materials. However, there was no compelling information at the public hearing from anything but one vendor. One vendor came forward and spoke. Then on December 2nd, during the Building and Maintenance Committee, Mr. Pittman reported that the next committee meeting is scheduled for December 12th. So now we're on December 12th. We still haven't gotten the test results back. On January 6th meeting, Mr. Pittman reported that on December 12th meeting, we did the lead testing, but then during that committee meeting, the committee supported holding a public hearing to discuss potentially approve a turf field project. That was on December 12th. That was addressed to your board on January 6th. So the board did not even know about this till January 6th. In that same meeting, there was a motion to go through the warrant articles to support the turf field capital reserve warrant article. It didn't even end up on our ballot. That failed. So there's a lot of questions. And then we get to the February 3rd meeting. At that February 3rd meeting, Mr. Pittman stated, involving many hours of discussion and work with experts to develop a plan to evaluate and replace the field. The previous lifespan estimate was optimistic, and it recently became clear that the impact testing GMAX received an increased urgency in replacement. So during the February 3rd meeting, the board was told that this testing, there's nobody else, does anybody else need to go?
No, continue, please.
So at that meeting on February 3rd, that hearing, the board was advised that we needed to replace this field because of the GMAX testing. So February 3rd, the board made the vote off of that. During that vote, the board also said that they wanted to make sure that all new fill was going in and a bunch of other requirements. That was at the February 3rd hearing. They wanted to proceed forward. Then, this is where it gets interesting, because on February 17th, our superintendent signed a contract for the field. Before all the testing had come in, and before the board had gotten all the information to make the right decision, the superintendent signed a contract February 17th. I found out about this. I did a 91A on March 14th. I asked for the GMAX testing that went with this because that was the ultimate decision of why we needed to do this early. I was told by the superintendent in an email that she would get me the results, and then in that same report I was told physical GMAX testing reports do not exist. This is an in-person assessment that is made by physically walking on the field. You all know it's not. We don't physically walk on the field for our GMAX testing. Can we just be clear about that? That they come out, they drop a big ball, they figure out what the impact is to our students. It is not based on walking on the field. Which shocked me. I sent an email back. I'll leave that one off. But I am going to read out loud the email I got back, because you made a decision based on GMAX testing and being told. And honestly, if our GMAX numbers are that horrible and our field is that horrible, we cannot safely be having our children on that field this spring. So now I think you have to make a decision whether our children should be on that field this spring based on the emails. Hi, Bobby. Here is some additional information regarding the GMAX from Shaw Turf. I hope this is helpful. And I assume this is a quote, but it's not in quotes. Thanks for reaching out. GMAX is a standardized test by which third-party company brings a device to test the shock absorbency of a field. To answer one of the questions posted, there is not a Kingswood employee trained, at least that I'm aware of, to perform a GMAX test. The test is almost always performed by a third-party testing group specializing in field testing. Without getting into the weeds, the testing equipment is essentially a metal projectile that contains an accelerometer, and the projectile is dropped from the standardized height. The accelerometer then measures the deceleration of the projectile upon impact with the turf surface, resulting in a GMAX score. Another question referenced on the limit of the 200 to be safe. That is not the limit by which the vast majority of the industry would say you have a safe field. 200 is the absolute maximum allowable score, according to the ASTM F 1936. But the reality is that anything above 165 needs to be addressed. The ideal GMAX score tends to fall in the range of 90 to 135. That range can change slightly depending on who you talk to. but will tell you that this range you may want to be in, with several specifiers that requiring in their documentation our PAD's warranty guarantees a score of no greater than 135. I say this, 200 by no means is a metric to be used to deem the field safe. We could be concerned with anything over 165, especially for football, where head-to-surface collisions tend to be more prominent and more forceful than, say, soccer, field hockey, or lacrosse. Regarding the question of where the more recent reports are, after the 2012 numbers referenced, there is a two-part answer here. Part one, I've got my intentional operations team going back into the archives to see if we happen to have any test results from your field beyond 2012. If they find anything, I'll let you know. Did they find anything? Did they find anything? After 2012? So no GMAX testing after 2012? Part two, the reality is that there is a very real possibility that the only GMAX testing done on your field was either at the time of completion or the year after. It is not uncommon to have GMAX testing done in the time frame to ensure proper playability. I would be surprised if there were no further GMAX tests scheduled for future years, as this was common practice for schools at the time. That said, if we've got anything in our records on our end, I'll be sure to get it to you. Did they get it to you?
No, it's public input. No, I can send you.
Lastly, I just point out that while GMAX is certainly something that can drive the need to replace for turf replacement, there are a whole other issues that can cause the school to replace their field. Fiber exposed to UV for as long as your field has been in the ground gets brittle, lays over, breaks down faster, and creates a field more difficult to maintain. It also causes the field to play less like a natural field, and a lack of fiber can increase injury risk. Separately, inlays and seams come apart over time, causing increased injury risk, maintenance costs. The GMAX score is definitely one reason to replace a field, especially a field like yours that does not currently have shock pad. Since these fibers are flattened, we cannot get any additional rubber into the field to soften it. So your field will only continue to increase in the GMAX. It is certainly a reason Kingswood should replace their field, but not the only reason. I'm almost done. In addition, I'd like to respond, I think this is you now speaking again. In addition, I'd like to respond to the statement that Kingswood is replacing the field early. The industry standard warranty for a field is 8 years, after which most fields are replaced in the following year or two. Kingswood has done an incredible job maintaining their field, as evidenced by the 15 years we are coming up on. I routinely point to Kingswood as a glowing example of how proper maintenance can help a school get far more life out of their field than expected. With that said, Father Time is undefeated. While your field has held up well over the years, it is definitely due for a replacement at this point. Your townspeople can rest assured that is most certainly not being replaced early. So it's 8, we can all agree it's 8 years now. So in 8 years, we're gonna go back and ask the voters to expend another.
I wouldn't agree with that. That would just be personal.
I'm reading what you gave me, what the school system gave me.
Superintendent did put a warranty
But
with equal lifespan.
So on March 10th, I just want to point out that on March 10th, I attended the meeting, and at the meeting, during the superintendent's district update, at no point did the superintendent mention to the board that she had signed a contract with this company. And this is on March 10th. And the meeting went on, and even motions were made by the board for all new materials. Physical nature of the field acts as a comb and collects all the bad chemicals. That is what Mr. Pittman said at the time. And you made a motion for all new materials, but the contract had already been signed. So this is on 3/10, contract signed on 2/17. The meeting went on, I know that people want to get out of here, but I think it's important to note that we have meetings that have happened, a superintendent that signed a contract, didn't tell the board, and that you voted on Jim Pittman telling you, and the committee telling you, and you hearing in these meetings that our GMAX testing was, that our numbers were off and wrong, and yet they never really GMAX tested. And you made a decision on that. And as a citizen, you're my voice on this board, and so I depend on the fact that you're here voting, making the right decision for our kids. And I just want to leave with the fact that we still have not looked at other materials that don't contain microplastics. We still are not sure they're not going to pull up that material with that vacuum cleaner, whip it around as Shaw Sports stated during the public hearing, and put it back in the ground. That will release so many chemicals into our community. Our children's health, the water quality, and our community deserve to have this decision made in an educated way. That's all I'm asking for, is you made a vote based on a non-educated decision, and you were told that was the decision why you were voting. Thank you.
Is there any additional public input? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to go into non-public in accordance with RSA 91-A for personnel. Moved by Mary, seconded by Beth. Kathy, would you call the roll once you're ready, please?
Tom?
Yep.
Dr. Jim? Mary?
Yes.
Charlene? Aye. Chuck Beth? Danielle? Yes. Nate? Yes. Brody?
Aye. The motion passes. We're not